So, I didn't discuss.
Tell me about you.
How to define the way Adi Goshen Kachari said.
How to define
ना
self?
मैं पृथ्वी होना चाहता हूँ. So, I'm Vivek Singh Rathore. Thakur Vivek Singh Rathore.
हाँ, इसलिए.
Thakur Vivek Pratap Singh. The complete name is Thakur Vivek Pratap Singh Rathore.
अब बाकी क्या बचा है?
बस
बस इतना ही हो गया.
So I'm based out of Calcutta.
Okay.
Practicing mostly out of Calcutta actually.
वही वो मैं सोच रही थी.
Mostly out of Calcutta. Projects.
हाँ, कम बनाते हैं बाहर.
Competition projects something like that. If you've been to Calcutta?
Yeah.
You know anything? What is that? How well are you acquainted with that?
How well?
How well are you acquainted with Calcutta?
Kolkata. Physically not so much, but my first husband was Bengali, so I know Calcutta and I know Bengali.
आप कहाँ से हैं?
मैं दिल्ली से हूँ.
So you want to mission?
अब मैं क्या हूँ पता नहीं. हाँ पता नहीं.
नहीं ठीक है अच्छी बात है. तो कलकत्ता में if you see IT से सुना भी है. So science and stuff. So we are doing that Milan में. Like Pragati. So then we are doing within the city center. First one was done with Charles Square. Of course, we met with that. Then
You work for it?
difficult to work with him. I work together in Doshi's projects. I work.
You work with Doshi. Easy to work with?
Doshi is but he's a see I went to him and we meet a critic. जब काम करना शुरू में तो उनकी ज़रूरत होती है तो he was an yes. And then जैसे कि वो हाउसिंग करते थे तो उसके क्लब होना था. ये जब अपना projects and then other projects whenever he used to come talk with him. And Charles Perry of course was more damaging than because he lost school. He should have shot him. I was young, very young. And I said कि मैं कौन करने वाला ये मैं बोल रहा था कि मैं कौन कराने वाला मैं तो निमित्त हूँ तो आप उसको समझो लेना सब तो यार ट्रैम सिटी सेंटर मॉल में सॉल्विंग घूमने गए
तो मैं 20 साल पहले गई. ये सब नहीं था.
So you are into academy.
So I write two books.
Right?
I write two books. So my BSc degree is with information. So I was living with Shastri for 5 years. So just in Jaipur, writing 4 books.
अच्छा.
So ये सब है.
नहीं वास्तु विद्या मतलब वास्तु शास्त्र पूरा. मतलब we can discuss detail in detail. We measure energy.
शास्त्र जहाँ तक है वहाँ न्यू एज इंटरप्रिटेशन है.
स्ट्रॉ से जो चीज़ स्ट्रॉ से होता था वो भी उससे होता है कि पिच होता है. लेकिन
theoretical research and then I also looking about how it is applied to communication technique.
What for you?
That would be.
Clarity.
Yeah, green tea.
What is lemon tea? Lemon tea.
Lemon tea.
You want lemon tea? Two lemon tea. Sorry.
You're a lemon tea guy
Sorry.
now.
Now lemon tea show. थोड़ा डैश ऑफ हनी डाला था थोड़ा सा डैश ऑफ
मगर बैग वाला होगा तो फिर
नहीं नहीं वो उधर से बनाएगा नींबू नीचे
हेलो
ये किसका है इतना सारा सामान
मेरा सबसे ज्यादा सामान सब मेरा ही होता है।
ठीक है अच्छी बात है मैं
मेरे पास ना
किसी का सामान हटा दिया तो बोले कि मैं ही हट गया
Like home always ask me why do you have so many bags to the office every week?
Just in case. I have a habit of carrying everything just in case.
Just in case.
अच्छी
Just in
बात
case का जरूरत पड़ता नहीं है मोस्टली
नहीं पड़ता है यार।
ये अब मेरे पास स्लाइड्स जब मेरी उम्र में आओगे समझ में आएगा
Look at her. She's absolutely futuristic.
समझ में
Everything is
आएगा
small pack.
नहीं तो समझ में आता है बाद में कि जस्ट इन केस का फायदा नहीं है कुछ आधी चीजें होती ही नहीं है
No, this is very futuristic. This is old school. This is youth.
That's towards moksha
अब ये भी छोड़ना है मेरे को। ये भी क्यों है
नहीं मैंने आपको आज देखा you were walking ahead of her in the you went to the elevator I couldn't catch you
कहाँ पे
in the hotel
होटल में
ललित
अच्छा।
स्टॉक कर रहे थे
Talk ही कर रहे थे।
ऐसे ही बोल रहे थे
हाँ, ऐसे बोलना ही चाहिए।
तो मुझे कहा ये क्या ठीक है ऊपर से तो ठीक है जाता था नीचे रेड हो रहा है फिर कहीं तो रेड का कॉम्बिनेशन होना चाहिए तभी तो रेड हो सकता है मैंने कहा भाई ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए ऐसा होना चाहिए कहीं कॉम्बिनेशन होना चाहिए
कहीं तो झलक कहीं की
अच्छी बात है अच्छी बात So good to know about Vastu and all these things. So
वो कहानी में थोड़ी सी सुनाऊंगी आज
किसकी कहानी वास्तु की
अपनी कहानी
आज आपकी कहानी
Journey.
जर्नी सुनो
Journey with Vastu.
और एंड अदर थिंग्स बट why वास्तु क्यों पढ़े इसमें जिम जाए में क्या फायदा है
next 10 minutes, so kindly please wait patiently. We'll be starting off very soon. Thank you.
What's mine?
उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. You may all please be seated. Well, once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's my honor to be welcoming each one of you to the Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2022 National Edition. Today, we have an esteemed gathering of architects this morning. It's an immense pleasure to welcome the attendees from over 20 states of India. Let me take the honor to be welcoming our eminent speakers for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, let us welcome our speakers, Ms. Trupti Doshi, architect Ash Parekh, Mr. Vivek Singh Rathore, and Dr. Vibhuti Sachdev. The Antique Architecture and Interior Design Excellence Awards and Conference 2022 is curated by Beginup. Beginup Research is the brainchild of Dr. Anand Gopal Nayak, who is the recipient of Young Entrepreneur Award, which is awarded by none other than Sri Ratan Tata and Sri Narayan Murthy. He started his journey at a very young age of 18, and here we stand today. Well, moving further, light is the symbol of brightness and prosperity as it expels the darkness. Similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. So let's take this auspicious occasion by lighting the lamp and invoking the blessings of God. And to do the honors, may I please request the dignitaries to kindly step forward for lighting of the lamp. I invite Ms. Trupti Doshi, architect Ash Parekh, Mr. Vivek Singh Rathore, and Dr. Vibhuti Sachdev, Mr. Abhishek, and also Mr. Gopal, Anand Gopal Nayak to kindly come onto the dais for lighting of the lamp, please. I request the dignitaries to please step forward and do the honors. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Well, that was indeed a blessed start for the morning. Well, it's said that where words leave off is where music begins. To make the morning even more mesmerizing and blissful, amongst us we have a very talented, a very blessed flute artist. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please hear it for Mr. Shivalingappa Rajapur, who is a Hindustani flute artist and has performed across the globe, has also performed for All India Radio, Doordarshan, and has also won the national, is also the national award winner. He's also the disciple of Guru Ronu Mazumdar. So can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Shivalingappa Rajapur. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands up in the air and give a big round of applause. Wasn't that so mesmerizing? What a blissful start to the morning. Thank you so much for making the occasion even more special for us. Thank you so much. So I believe everybody is charged up for the session? Yes, can I hear a yes from all of you? Are we charged up for the session?
Yes.
We have 4 stunning speakers who are here for the session, and it's my honor to be welcoming our first speaker for the morning. Well, let's invite Ms. Trupti Doshi. Speaking of her, architect and integrated sustainability engineer and co-founder of the Aroma Group, Trupti hails from Mumbai with 15 plus years of experience in ecological design, eco-friendly materials, appropriate building technologies, rainwater harvesting, waste management, energy efficiency, thermal comfort, and use of renewables. A speaker at TEDx and covered by platforms like Your Story and The Better India, Trupti sees buildings and cities as a complex living organisms which are part of larger cyclical loops of nature. She has lectured widely on the variety of subjects ranging from hidden geometry in nature, sustainability, smart cities, the role of technology, social development, Indian architecture, and environmental entrepreneurship, among others, in several colleges and universities in India and across numerous cities in Europe. Recently, she was a speaker from Asia for the Bioarchitecture Conference in Portugal. Her audience ranges from architects, civil engineers, environmentalists, and planners to entrepreneurs, startups, and students. Trupti has addressed over 200 groups and personally interacted with over 1,000 highly prestigious consultants and personalities of national and international repute from academia and industry, including top management at the World Bank, UBS, Union Bank of Switzerland, MNRE, Ministry of New Renewable Energy, Government of India, Stanford University, TERI, the Energy and Resource Institute, Cadbury, Forbes, McKinsey, Bridge Partnership, the Taj Group, University of Oregon, among several others, all of whom have been greatly inspired by her systematic approach and the synthesis of many diverse disciplines in integrated whole. She has worked on the design of educational institutes, health resorts, semi-urban sustainable campuses, and bespoke urban residences, and undertakes projects in different parts of India. Well, when she is not in a building site, you can always find her bird watching a turf mountain in Ladakh, capturing the diversity of world through her lenses, meeting inspiring people, innovating in entrepreneurship, learning a new language, currently on her 7th, or simply enjoying the fresh air and writing poetry. And apart from all this, an energy-packed person, I must say. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome on stage Ms. Trupti Doshi.
Is it stretched? It is stretched.
Can I please get a hand mic? Instead of showing 20 different slides from 20 different projects, I thought I'll share with you today a short story. A story that is close to my heart because for me, poetry, architecture, and the wonderful music that we heard today, they are all one integrated expression of a spirit and an energy. A few years ago, a client walked into my office and said that he wanted to build a landmark institute on a large 5-acre land close to Pondicherry. And he wanted this to be an educational institute and a cultural center where it's an international organization, so people from around the world would come. So whilst I was discussing with this client in the office, at home I was reading this poetry written by Sri Aurobindo, in which he had this beautiful line, almost cryptic, where he says, all our earth starts from mud and ends in sky. So, as some of us may have known that two divergent things come to us at the same time and sometimes one has the answer to the other. So I decided to explore this line in the project that had come into the office, and luckily the land on which I was supposed to build this building had this very rich earth, and I decided to use that as the main material for the building. When I started working on this building, I realized that there were 7 major challenges that this campus is going to encounter. And this is true for anything where we want to do something which is not the norm, where we want to build sustainably, we want to close the loops, we want to recycle waste, we want to do all the aspects which will make it a landmark building and make it of an international stature. So these were the 7 problems that I had identified in the project. So the first challenge was that this was a barren land. Apart from the trees that you see beyond the boundary, these palmyra trees, the entire land was absolutely barren. So we obviously had to start with soil healing. And over the course of the next few years, I personally planted about 3,000 trees, and the land underwent a complete transformation. Today the land is really like a forest, because all these 3,000 trees that I planted were from 56 different indigenous varieties, all local to the area. At the beginning it didn't have many birds. Today we have more than 35 different types of local varieties of birds in that area because of this almost human-made forest that we have created over there. So that was the way we answered the first challenge of how we are converting barren land into a forest. And coincidentally, just 2 days ago, I read about Sadhguru starting this whole journey of Save Soil, where he started driving from London, and it's all about rejuvenating and healing the soil. So this was one of the attempts that we did. The second challenge was use of appropriate material. Now, whenever we are choosing materials for buildings, one of the main things that sometimes we ignore as architects is how do we select materials which will reduce embodied energy and reduce carbon footprint at the level of the construction. Because all our Griha ratings talk only about operational energy, which is after the building is made. But very few rating systems are talking about embodied energy. So this was an attempt of how to reduce embodied energy significantly in the building. So we topographically surveyed the whole land, and the point which was at the lowest contour, we dug out a little pond over there such that all the rainwater would be naturally collected in that pond, and with that soil we built the entire 5-acre complex. So less than 5% material was actually bought from outside. 95% of the material was right there from the very land on which the campus stands. So we made compressed stabilized earth blocks out of it. Even the foundations, we just dug out the pits, removed the soil, sieved it, and rammed it layer by layer back into the ground. These foundations, only 3 feet deep, can take a 7-story building on it. So they were absolutely strong, and the whole idea that if you don't use steel and cement and foundation, it's not strong enough is absolutely not true. In terms of the embodied energy, it is 1/10 that of a normal campus, of a normal building. The next problem was climate. Now this campus is in Pondicherry, which has 3 climates: hot, hotter and hottest. So we go all the way up to 45 degrees in summer and relative humidity of 80%. So you can imagine what a challenging climate it is. Now in this climate, if we want to build a sustainable building which does not require air conditioners, then we have to do a lot of passive techniques in order to create thermal comfort conditions within the building. And this is what we did over there. This is the psychrometric chart of Pondicherry, Chennai, that region. And you can see each dot represents an hour. So we have 8,760 hours in the year, out of which you can see that less than 7 or 8% of the hours are actually within the blue box, which is the thermal comfort zone. So in order to bring the remaining 90% plus dots into this comfort zone is what we have to do as architects. So literally to pick up one dot after the other and keep putting it in the blue box, how did we do that? Orientation, to orient the building with the longer sides facing north and south such that it cuts across the path of the sun. The shorter sides receive direct radiation from the sun. Optimize the wind and design the columns in such a way that they are exactly perpendicular to the summer breeze. So we oriented the column and made these columns funnel the breeze within the building. Stack effect, whereby the hot air that rises at the top, we have left a gap in the roof such that the hot air escapes from the skylights in the roof and the cooler air is brought in from below. Cavity walls. I had the chance of meeting the real Mr. Funsuk Banglu, who practices earth architecture similar to what I do in South India. He does it in Ladakh. And he told me something very interesting, that instead of using plain air as an insulator, he was using crumpled newspaper within the cavity. So that was in turn increasing his thermal coefficients, and that was interesting. Although in South India with such large humidity, those kind of practices are not applicable, but the same practice can be modified as per the climatic zone. Roof gardens, very effective way of reducing heat gain through the roof. Soft scaping around the building, immediately around the building, such that the long wave radiation, which would otherwise turn to short wave radiation and heat up the building more, doesn't happen. The air in fact cools down by passing through ground cover and then comes inside the building. Use of water bodies which facilitate evaporative cooling. Vertical gardens on all sun-facing sides. Heat reflective paints. Through all these different methods, what we ultimately found out was that the building started acting as an earthen pot. If you go to the building in the morning, you will actually see tiny dew on the surface of the walls. And as the sun rises by 8:30 or 9 o'clock, these drops start evaporating. And the way our skin evaporates and causes thermal comfort to our body, because evaporation takes away the heat from the skin, similarly, these evaporating dewdrops take away heat from the building, which in turn reduces what we call the mean radiant temperature. So the effective temperature of the floor, ceiling and the walls further reduces down because of this. And all of us have tasted water from earthen pots, I'm sure, in our grandma's house, and we know what a brilliant technology an earthen pot is. So here essentially the building acts as an earthen pot. And structure cooling, so all the water that comes down from the roof through these pipes is being collected in a sump. We suck the heat out of that water through a truck radiator, and then we are slowly circulating that water beneath all the floors. It's a variant of radiant cooling, and because of this we are draining heat out of the building through the medium of water rather than pumping heat out of the building through the medium of air, which is what air conditioners do. So air as an insulator is being used as a carrier of heat, which is very inefficient. So water as a carrier of heat is extremely efficient because water has a specific heat which is at least 4 times that of brick and stone. So it can hold 4 times larger amount of heat for the same volume, the same 1 liter of water can store 4 times the amount of heat as opposed to that 1 liter of brick or stone. The next challenge was technology, how to build this in a setting with, and to build a highly engineered building, but with minimum proprietary systems. So here I was studying one of my favorite architects. Anybody can name this architect out, except for the front row. Gaudi, exactly. So Sagrada Familia, how has he built it? I mean, of course, these are Gothic principles. But what Gaudi did was so interesting is that he is using stone, or the way I'm using earth, which is a material excellent in compression, but he is using it to span these large volumes, right? So how is he doing it? So these are principles of catenary, and he's making this arch behave as a catenary, where every link of the chain in a catenary on the left hand side is in pure tension. And when you flip it over, when you mirror it, it becomes the Sagrada Familia. So I did something absolutely similar. I mean, I consider Gaudi as my guru, and I did something very similar over here in Sharanam. So these few lines took me 3 months to understand and draw of how a 9.5 meter span had to be built without any columns, without any steel, without any concrete beams, RCC, nothing. It just had to be built with earth. And if I were to do it in the old style, like how in Rajasthan we have domes built out of brick, then the thickness of this roof would have been equal to my height. It would have been a 63-inch roof spanning from one end to the other. And that would have been absolutely resource inefficient, and it would have created a mountain of waste in the form of shuttering and all the stuff that would have been required to support the vault at the time of construction. So instead of that, what we did was that we brought down with principles of building physics, I brought down that 63 inches of the thickness of the roof to a mere 4 inches at the keystone, and that too, I mean, it looks paper thin. So it's the heaviest and the most timeless and the oldest material, which is earth, made to behave in a paper thin manner. So it's literally a paper thin roof made out of the heaviest material. So this is the segmental arch, which I'm making it behave like a catenary arch. So when you flip it over, every member, every brick is acting in pure compression. There are zero tensile forces in this arch, because of which I'm able to reduce the thickness of the arch. So we casted the ferrocement beams, and we prefabricated trusses. The first course of bricks was laid on the truss, and as you see, the bricks keep reducing in size as they go towards the top, because every member, let's say this member, when it is placed like this, it has a downward force and a horizontal thrust, right? So these two forces together become a vector. Now, because I wanted to reduce waste and I wanted to make this a zero waste building, I did not want shuttering underneath this, because those of you who have gone to Chandigarh have seen that you have the Capitol complex on one side and then you have a mountain of waste on the other side, which was all the shuttering that was used to build the Capitol complex. So these are very inefficient ways of building. So we wanted to make this a zero waste building, and we wanted to build this entire gigantic roof without any shuttering. So how we did it was, the second course of bricks is directly pasted, literally pasted with clay. The same material with which we built the bricks, the soil from that water pond that we saw, the same soil we use, and 1 mm thick, just 1 mm thick of soil, and we paste the next course directly to the previous course, and that's how we just keep building. So one mason's work at this end and one mason works at this end, and they keep coming closer and closer together. And these blue lines, laundry lines they are, which you see above, they are only guidelines to tell the mason where he has to stick the brick. These are not supporting the brick from underneath, they are guiding the mason from above. So these masons come closer and closer together, and here you can see that the arch is literally flying out of these beams and coming and meeting at the top in the center. Almost defying gravity.
The next problem was of waste. So when we were sieving the soil to make these bricks, we had these extraordinary pebbles and mountains of them. So we made all the floors with those pebbles, which we got from by sieving the soil. And that's how these floors look. They are almost acupressure floors. And the other floors that we made was with a variant of the Kerala technique, where we are using cocoa dust, kajal, and hibiscus flowers. So they are very, very cooling floors, and they increase the cooling performance of the building. Water. So not a single drop of water leaves the land. Every drop of water is harvested, brought down through these coppery colored pipes or chains, stored in water bodies which facilitate evaporative cooling and recirculated for secondary domestic purposes as well as for gardening. And lastly, energy. The entire building is day-lit. It does not require artificial lights during the day. During the evenings, we have energy-efficient lighting fixtures and, of course, zero air conditioning. A place which would have otherwise required, I don't know how many 100 tons of air conditioning, is today running with a 1/4 HP pump of water to cool the entire space. So I had the great privilege of translating poetry into architecture, of transforming earth into sky. This building has been featured by the United Nations as a model for sustainable development in India. And these are some of the awards that we have received for several other projects. These are the 10 sustainable development goals that we are addressing in all our projects through our practice. If anybody is interested in knowing more about sustainable techniques of construction, they can watch these 2 TEDx talks as well. And I'd love to be connected with all of you on social media or any of these platforms. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we please have a big round of applause? I mean, probably most of them must be knowing a lot about, what you would have put forth here. But for me, it was so surprising to know a lot of facts that you put across, which was absolutely stunning, how you can actually make use of things that is easily available. And thank you so much. I hope it was very much informative for each one of you and can, build in a lot of points and apply it very efficiently. So once more, can we please have a big, big round of applause. It was a great honor to have you with us today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we have the next speaker for the day. It's my honor to be inviting Mr. Vivek Singh Rathore, Design Principal of Salient, a multidisciplinary design studio operating from Kolkata, has a vision to evolve the new age value system in Indian design environment. A graduate from IIT Roorkee with a gold medal, he established the studio in the year 2005. His team is supported by partner and landscape principal Anuradha Rathore, 4 senior associates, 8 associates, and over 60 members, including artists, sculptors, and philosophers. The studio wields its multiple skills in architecture, landscape, interior design, and environmental graphics to provide sensible design solutions, keeping man and environment in the tallest order. The interbrewing of ideas along different design disciplines makes the studio complete. The design philosophy has its root in Indian values, scientific research, humility, sustainability, spirituality, and the art of discovery. The design expression believes in evolving variety, getting inspired from the context. The studio has a portfolio of projects ranging from master planning, urban design, mixed-use development, museums, leisure and hospitality, healthcare, commercial and residential projects. The firm has over 200 articles published. Mr. Vivek is a visiting faculty to many institutes and a mentor to many awareness and design education programs within the country. Salient is conferred with over 90 design awards till today, including 15 international mentions, to name a few: Indian Institute of Architects IIA, Institute of Indian Interior Designers, World Architecture Festival, Cityscape Global, Asia Pacific Awards, and CWAB. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together to invite Mr. Vivek Singh Rathore on the dais, please.
Namaskar. I have a little sore throat, so apologies if I miss a full word or syllable. Thank you for being here. It's a nice morning, and it's a wonderful place to be presenting such a topic in such a wonderful setting. This is the West End. Wonderful place. I think within the break or whenever you get a break, just walk in the green and you will love the quality of space. That's what we are here to discuss and understand. Well, this starts with something like this. The buildings are nothing but us. We often think, it's about material, it's about so much of stuff. But it's about your nature. It's about you when you interact with people, your emotions, your experiences. That converts to your ideas. Think. So the better part is, how do we see ourselves as? जैसे खुद हैं वैसे ही हम अपनी कल्पनाओं को बनाते हैं, and that's important to understand. So, as a topic or as a subject, it's about what are we missing and what are we talking about? It's about life, the living thing. We often in our imagination are losing this texture of seeing life. You see a building, you see windows, you're seeing light, but you're not seeing life. Did you visualize in your imagination the bird, or the little guy playing and saying hello, will say, can say? How the ants will moving next to your building? Are you getting an opportunity to see the world, seeing the life? We are missing this texture for which we were known in history. Our schools were just below the banyan tree, and we held that idea because we wanted to sensitize life in us. Zindagi, life in us is missing. And the topic which I thought that would cover or deliberate is about life in imagination. We are missing this texture of life. We want to buy something, we want to see something which is not having life. Buy life. Enjoy life. Make a building which celebrates life. If at all, unbuild it. So how do we define this? Pure happiness in life is all about how we see life. Happiness is objective, right? Where is this connection? Good architecture we often talk about today. Oh, it's good architecture. This guy's imagined it well. This is good architecture. It's a wonderful, sensitive deliberation which he just showed us all. And what is more important is, in this imagination, the true architecture is about, can we see life in this imagination? Get this understood. Happiness, objective. Now when I'm saying this, I mean, are you feeling happy sitting here, or if natural light would come in here, and nothing wrong to the organizers, but let's say, if this was all open, something like the place we just saw, which Miss Doshi showed us, semi-open, breathing, smelling, saudi sugandh aa rahi hai, we were discussing. Think 2022 just recently published happiness index. The way the world sees happiness, not obviously all the parameters, but this is what we landed as. Look at where our country is. Look at where India is now. 2022, they have placed that at 3.8 index, and look at US 7, Finland possibly 7.8 or something like that. It's more, it's 7.8 years. Now, जिंदगी का ऑब्जेक्टिव अगर हमें खुश रखना ही ऑब्जेक्टिव है, हम खुश रहना चाहते हैं, then what are we talking about? 2022, and that's what India is. Now look at what happens here. In this Asia, global rank 136, just above Afghanistan. Little bit. Afghanistan, devastated by war, terrorism, and look at where we are. And then we are talking good architecture. Kyun? Why did it happen? And usually I see in this forum, young architects, I think we are the building blocks. You are the building blocks. Get the objective, it's nothing to do with your name, nothing to do with what people tell you, but tell yourself, मैं इंसान कैसा हूँ, मुझे खुशी देखना अच्छा लगता है और मैं जिंदगी देख सकता हूँ अपनी कल्पनाओं में, वही ट्रांसलेट होता है. Who are we? All the while, if Sri Aurobindo has talked about earth and sky because he talked about nature, that's what we are. We are nature. And if we understand that हम nature हैं, तो क्या चीज हमें अच्छी लगती है? What appeals to us? You know what appeals to us? It is in the design. If it is love for life and its surroundings. It's these parameters that we have a natural affiliation to nature. And this affiliation is important to understand. If you can get this affiliation, you have addressed happiness, you have addressed the meaning of life, you have addressed the meaning, the reason of your creation. We are missing all that stuff. I would not call westernization of an idea, but insensitive towards the life component of it. Possibly high-rise means aspirational tall buildings, absolutely. Possibly we would want to see more of green. Maybe this arch, a brick arch, and then green wooden. How are we missing this green? We're missing the texture of life. We're missing the texture of life, what do people love to move through, where, sit, share, where they want to do. कहाँ वो पसंद करते हैं अपनी ज़िंदगी जीना. See, biologically understanding is a science. It is not philosophy. Pure science. When it's taught to you, immediate world around us, what do you call physiological world? It's a physical world. Physical, this is also physical, physiological. Then the planetary core, and the next is a cosmic core. I mean, it's simple, because otherwise it will become too complicated to understand. The layering of this core influences us. We cannot say, no, I'm not affected by the cosmic core, I'm not affected by it. No. I am still, I am in the atmosphere, I guide my own fashion, lifestyle, I'm not affected. And some people tell you, oh, wear this ring, wear this stone, it is affecting you. So, I really don't understand. There is something to with stone, okay. Just imagine a change in the gravitational index of moon brings tides, changes tides. When such a volume of water can be affected by a simple moon, then imagine we are 67% water. I can hear a kid, possibly the kid is 93% or 82% water. Wouldn't that water get affected? So you're not eluded from the planetary and the cosmic. Do not elude yourself. Now look at this. The 5 elements, Chit, Chal, Pavat, Gagan, Samira. The 5 elements we know. There is a scientific conclusion, maybe off the stage, we can share if someone wants to know. There are attributes: earth, biodiversity, topography, water, presence and flow, attributes, parameters of these elements, and the kind of emotions they can create. That means you are made up of 5 elements. These elements have a quality attribution and they create emotion. Just these 5 elements. So that means what? It is not the plastic that appeals to us. That's the reason the mud house will appeal more than a glass house. Sensory. It will be much more therapeutic. It will be much more sensible. You will be much more happy. It does not mean that you cannot go vertical rising or whatever, etc. You can do, but how? We are forgetting this biophilic connect. Biophilia. Connect. We are losing this connect. A lot of proofs are there. People talking about proofs of biophilia. There are many stuffs here. Simple, a morning walk in the forest, just do a morning walk here or an evening walk here and see the therapy, what happens to you. Why? A simple reason. In the morning when you wake up and walk below a green, phytocytes, you take in phytocytes, you feel less depressed. You know that? Depression can be cured just by morning walk below in a forest. Phytocytes heal you. You're naturally charged. So these are the stuffs, there are many stuffs about biophilia. There are proofs of biophilia. Absence, lesser, many stuff. That means your natural affiliation towards natural stuff. Light, view, texture, life, birds. You have to see birds. You have to see the clouds moving. We are not seeing the clouds moving here. And somebody will give an explanation. Look at the amount of light. There's a nice book recently written by Devdutt. Somewhere a little mention about Artha Kama Labha Moksha. Logo. And there he mentions about hormone, where some relationship you can also get. I'm not going more into this. A simple fresh air volume increases your attention parameters, changes your quality of thinking, you're positively driven. Now, before I start showing you pictures, I think the projects and things like this, there are relationships. This is more important for us. If you want to be happy, see, we are rated with the planet. Our performance makes a sense in our life, if you can use the word profit. Therefore connected. So what is more important? Improve your performance, how can I do? Connect with the planet. Connect with the planet and connect with the life in the imagination. Zindagi ka wo rukh dekna hai, wo touch, prakritik, natural. Because the more and more we are connected with our planet, our performance increases. We will make the planet much more restorative. Because we are not connected. Think it again, I'm repeating. Because we are not connected to the planet, our performance is reducing. That's what we call profits going down. We are stressing the planet and making it non-restorative. I hope I am understood and very fairly heard. Hey, raise your hand if you can hear me. Behind, yeah. Perfect. Thank you. And this is, we are not able to understand this part. Why? Most of us are trying to understand, but this wasn't there. This is there within our civilization and data. 23,000 years and the civilization data goes off. Every 23,000 years the civilization data is again made. Again the same thing comes. Again and again and again and again. Possibly a science fiction plot. If a thought process of connecting with water bodies, this one is a picture of a water body which was carved out. A quite similar zero earth displacement was done here. For this project, we'll talk about this in more slides. We believe in putting the trees like people, banyan, which make more sense to the biodiversity and the green index, rather than decorative and cosmetic. There is no Indian forest. Have you seen a Chinese? You must have heard of Chinese forest and English forest, not forest, English garden, Chinese garden, and a lot of gardens. But have you heard of Indian garden? No. think oldest civilization doesn't want to tame and prune and manicure stuff. We believe in where you are, what you are brilliant. You should be going around you. This is India. Understanding the theory of diversity is forests. India is diverse, forests are diverse, both are sustainable, both are brilliant. Now, biophilia, which if I put life, you can talk about this quickly. How we bring it in design? Nature in space, nature analogs like inspirations in patterns and flows and things like that, and nature of the space. It is talking. When I saw the building, it's talking outside. If the rain falls, it comes and get wet a little bit, doesn't matter much. A quick definitions of the three. Maybe you can quickly see, but about that, sustaining the dynamic nature in the built atmosphere is important, because outside is dynamic, inside may be still. Walls. Nature analogs are inspiration. Can you draw them inspiration and put it into your design? And the nature of space, of course, talking, the dialogue. A little video of the place. The building is not done by us. We did the unbuilding part of it. So it's a 20 lakh square feet of IT hub. And it's got recognized as 5th best places to work with. That was the kind of building, and we thought, what is the building? So the space was made difficult, it was for selling. And we said, just the material is very simple. It's the heart of the place. Didn't have a single tree. And people enjoy feeding the Rajans, feeding the fishes. It's de-stressing. People get the laptop. 20 lakh square feet means a lot of people. 20,000 people. They sit, enjoy the space. This is called Eco Space in Calcutta. They also love going close to the fountain. We also try to go close. We use this, all the nozzles were collected as used material, reused. People can display, share ideas, exchange. Of course, some people do some drama and all this stuff in the evening, sit down, talk. The interesting part is, it builds up the inside around 400 trees and outside the campus around 2,000 trees. So in one project, you land up almost 2,500 trees, and they're all in the way the jungle grows, not pruned. It is not a Chinese or any Asian or Portuguese or things like that. It is the way India sees each, and the water body that you saw there, a small pond or whatever, it's STP water. It's filled with fishes. There's a sacred forest. That's a part of a landscape approach. Some slides. That was the water body we're talking about. Large wide steps. The Rajhans can go. And just to mention the quality of Rajhans, the sound of the Rajhans, uski jo bol hoti hai na, that is therapy to the throat and ear connection. So the people who have voice disorders, they can cure themselves. Kids can learn better way of speaking just by hearing Rajhans ki baak. Some forms, whether it's a folio inspired from fern, whatever sculptures. That's another project. It's called Amaya. I'm just showing you some recent pics. This project was done. It's basically in this period of. It was inaugurated in this COVID era. So it's a resort right in the heart of industrial zone, and there were 72 palm trees. So it was a very common thing. Clean karo bhai, fatapat clean karo. Because the industrial area, they don't bother with palms. Beetle palms. What is a beetle palm? No, people think what is beetle palm? It's like crazy. Just remove it. It's like use it as a cleaning agent. Just fill it up. We thought of a process, and there was a thermal power plant, Kolaghat, if you know where it was going on. It's recently stopped. A part of it. A lot of fly ash was there. Fly ash from there, a little stability from concrete. Villagers in COVID era, together produced a brick. Of course, a lot of experimentation was done because flies percentage was higher. No earth was displaced from outside, no earth bought from outside. 100% sustainability was done in terms of water harvesting. All this part was complemented, and this shows you the way you enter non-AC spaces. That's outside Porosi ke ped, neighbors' trees. Little sound of water, this purposely done is to take care of the entrance, the highway sound of the trucks first. So unless a journey which is done like that, you borrow the trees the way they are, was kept. The buildings went around, worked on the geometry. That's the conventional block of it. Everything was horizontal. That's the lake. Where necessary, you see the building has gone up and down because there were some trees or a cluster of palms there. They've been safeguarded there. This was all, the earth was taken from here. A 2 acre, 2.5 acre earth was taken from here. I'm talking about the land. And then it was used for filling because it was an underlying area. Of course, topsoil harvesting was done. Lot of edges was left kacha, not concreted. 23%, 25% you can say, was concreted. A cantilever of this becomes a repose for the fishes to come in the shade in extension. They breed below the deck. That's all the trees were kept. If you can see, all the trees were kept and the building went around it. Aeration, kacha edge. Now it's of course you can see the shape and everything governed by keeping, even if it was 1 pound, we kept it. Whatever the bricks or whatever, which one could not be put in shape, we use them to create some extra columns, allowed the creeper to go fast. As much daylight it could be harvest inside the spaces. Whatever the memory was there all around, bring that. You know what is it? And can anyone tell me what is it? What is that behind the wall? Any guesses? Okay. A generation gap. Dadi kehte hain, dadi. Not this dadi. You know what it does? It takes water from a small canal and over a fulcrum, it then dips it back into the field. It transfers the water from a small canal into the field, manual way of transfer. So this was all gone. The idea was that you have to be sensitive about this movement because otherwise people will forget water means tap. So these are the small analogs, you become sensitive, you start appreciating, and that what you see behind is called other pumpkin shells, which have been collected, harvested in the same field, dried and kept. Rest was very silent. Another small project. It's a project next to, it's in a place called Raichak. It has not buildings on the side, but it's a part of a resort land. Here the water is used as a therapy. Sound is used to charge the central lagoon, and people when they use the pool, it adds to your DNA restructuring. I'm using the word again. DNA restructuring. The water is charged. So that's the way the pool becomes very important. Here the pool is reflective. But what happens is, everything that you see is connected. People can live together as a community. Part of it is a resort, part of it is basically a real estate property. People go and stay. Now, in the COVID time, some people have shifted there and they're living out in the spaces. But then come out in space. Every small bit of it is made from scrap. You can see the light fixtures. Don't waste it, use it. Because anyway, a lot of MS is lying out there. You can use it. It will create it. It's interesting. And I've seen it's much more. They pay more, by the way. They pay more, not me, not us. They pay more to the client and say, this is a light fixture. It's a different kind of light. And also it doesn't give a lot of glare and disturb the nightlife for the trees and the insects. That's the Ganga. So when you go up, you can then see the Ganga. Lower level is the pool. Again the trees, whatever the, only we have 3 trees here, we kept it. And then 3 trees in the center, make the lagoon, make the blocks legal. A simple way, that is a tulsi, I can see tulsi, basil. Very important to take care of insects. In the evening when you want to walk, what that you want to put as lemongrass, tulsi does brilliantly. It also takes the insect inside. You can also have a little bit and the inside we go. So outside insect is managed, inside insect is also managed. Basil. Use them, connect them, and that's life. Even if a small sitting area, have a little water body, people can contribute, they start engaging. Maybe full lagunga, I'll put a plant there. You have to engage people in this life matters. The episode of life in the building. Another stuffs were used for containing the water. We kind of altered them a little bit and converted them into light fixtures. These jalis, etc., made by local artists. So the patterns they used to write down in kapur, in block printing, they were taken there, put up there. This is not small thing. Because somebody will appreciate it. It's a block printing work. That's the neighbor. That's my village. And you take care of it. Attach that life in your design. They will take care of that life which is there next to you. A modern building, what is important is this part. Terraces of Biowanda. If anyone is there from Calcutta, you can go and you can see space. Anyone can go now. That's the terraces. So you take the green, that's 8.5 meter cantilever to contain bouquets of this green, because birds take small paths to go up. So small terraces offsets, they go like this, up. That's the extension of, that's a terrace, half just, that's an extension of a meeting room inside the terrace. And look at the amount of volume of green that covers, full now. There's another project recently commissioned, it's a Taj Convention Center. That's scrap metal artwork, joba, hibiscus, emulated. That's, now the hotel is coming up there, that's the convention. In the new town, Rajarat has a large water body, the only man-made water body by the way. And that was a plot, expensive plot. We were restricted by stuff and we want to build it to age. You know, the buildings which are made of brick, masonry and stuff, they age very well. We love because the algae will very good. It will have its own texture. You will love that. You heard the word wabi-sabi. You love it. Zindagi. So there the building is giving way to the green. So where terraces are there, you basically, we have reduced the volumes, the trees will grow furthermore. It's a recent building. Because that's my drive, so I stay very close by between my office and this, it's a midway. So I often see, and that's what's happening to the brick. They're aging, and we allow, the owner agreed, and Taj also agreed after a lot of understanding that we don't want that sanitized clinical look, allow it to age. Each groove is doing the shade factors. So the calculation, when you do the calculation, you'll understand that how much of recess and how much of extrusion will take care of shading factors on the wall. To optimize, because it's anyway, we have a there is a situation of indoor spaces. That's a perimeter, and this is the heart of the city. Trees make a lot of difference to the urban climate. If there's butterflies were there, they're captured into a ceiling treatment into a porch. So the emulation of graphics. You know, it reminds you celebrate life. Maybe it's okay to have green and things like that, but graphically also you can emulate life. Be inspired because that memory will be there. We are using the memory of life in our imagination. And slowly, we are only trying to make, if I can allow to use the word, we are trying to make aspirational blocks. You know, like Khalifa aaya to usse upar bhi banayenge and all the stuff and all people like that. That's, and that this slide is there, but I'm not there. We took the cast iron because cast iron as a handicraft was going from Bengal. Bringing it back is very important. We started doing it in many projects and we revived. I shouldn't say we revived, it was supposed to be we became connected. The other porches were also there, and there we started having natural light. In the porch, they were like, have natural light, why to make it all solid and anything like this? And then have a little bit like, though I know still daylight is there, and this significantly becomes brighter in the evening. Light fixtures. This light fixture would cost, and this is made up of MS sheet, and you can see this picture, I like it because you see this is opening up. Just to show it's manually done and made. The screws were manually put up. So first thing, and then because we worked on it, then you give a lot of job to the artisans, local people. In the center of a pre-function, this cropped up image, is a large boat to remind you and celebrate that nature connect, biophilic, associate life. We forgot the boats, we now see the yachts. This, just one boat sustains one such a boat, which is Keralian boat, you can call it. This is there, made in Shantiniketan. A boat like this and the oars, when people are there, think people. Otherwise we think yacht motor. The kid does not know how to operate. People, symphony, harmony, togetherness. This is there in the language of design. And such a boat can sustain one village, standard Indian village, for a month. 1 month, one boat, full village. Average village is about 100 to 150 homes. 8 minutes in there. Just think. Just use stuff like this and you can sustain life, different parameters. It's a little clogged up and stretched, but anyway, that's made of copper. Even in art and indoors, you can use it. This is the mapping of life again. The algae which was there, which was mapped, given colors, and made into pattern. So people ask, what is it? Oh, it looks nice. See, if it dries, you wait, it looks nice. You clean it with acid, it doesn't look nice. So that's mapped, and somewhere we know that this is mapped there. So that's in the evening, a little festive. It celebrates the water edges, and by the evening, the terrace becomes also interesting. And we thought, why can't you have diyas made by local people? And just collect them, allow them to associate. People engage this association of life. And it's okay, some are on, some are off, that's okay. Wind will play through, let it be playing. People love this. And the most expensive banquets are happening there. It has got a large courtyard and all this stuff, I'm not showing you details there. But what I'm trying to say is, in the imagination, this life, which is not predictable, you cannot predict which one will go off. Allow it to happen. They love it. And they pay 4,000 rupees a plate there. So Taj is also happy. And you're happy because you made it simple. And so many gaon ke log, NGOs are giving those candles and use them. It's linked. Instead of having this artificial light, large glare. The last one is an adaptive reuse project. Some people know it's Swabhumi. It was adapted into a 5-star hotel now. Again, recently became a Taj property. So now warehousing and everything was there on a garbage dump. So this is a garbage dump of 22 meters high, stabilized. A lot of issues were here. But we celebrated Bengal. And what was important is, this looks like cast iron. Yes, it is partly cast iron, partly cast aluminium. But inside, outside speaking, you bring in there, this was a ticket counter, but this one building like this, it was a blank facade. I'm not showing you before and after. But what is important is keeping all the trees. There were 19 big trees and 23 other trees. Every one in different levels were kept the same, and building kept on happening around it. Godowns were made into spas. Every wall which was there, it is an adaptive reuse project. And it was a difficult process to go. What you see is a light fixture is also made by Timtima. This is one here that you see, this area. Timtima, which is spirit lamp found in the local spaces. Chane besta hai, Moongfali besta hai. You get inspired and you convert it into a 5-star product. The extension of the building was done using steel and supported by cast iron. Again, cast iron got importance. A lot of dreams are coming up. What I'm trying to say, you see the life. What I'm showing is changing season. What we in imagination, get life, get drama, get language, get stories there, breathing in. The cackling, we introduced cackling, connecting the blocks, where there was a tree purposefully done, so that you bend a little bit and possibly pick this flower of alba and move. Stop appreciating alba. It's there, it's good spell, that's all finished. But stoop and enter. You bow down and enter. And this is an articulation of showing life. You will not miss the tree. That tree is a god. All the geometry, ups and downs, handle, old stones collected, broken stuff collected, quotas from here and there, whatever. Reused here. Of course, that's a staircase which is converted into a bar. Because you don't have space, so don't build more. Convert into a staircase into a bar. Try to build more. And convert into a nice language. It is not important to build more. It is important to build great. Or de-articulate it. Show life and it will become brilliant. Participate life in a space. That's the bar. So when that's the staircase, that's a corridor. So that was a part of a wing room. Just to be a little bit. And all these bottles, they have been used and thrown, collected from Kawadiwala is here. Just another articulation. But what is more important is, in the day, you look outside, you can see the moon, daylight, every throughout. Bar does not mean darken the space. Show life. They can use it in the morning also. That's a go down converted into a spa. That's a pool. So, these are the original walls. We have just added this stuff. The central space, which was basically a space to dump the saman and take it inside. And the story goes on that we don't have peacocks in Bengal like that. But an imagery of a peacock is also analogs with this bifurcation. And the temperature, it's not, whatever temperature, they pay a lot of money just to be in the pool because it touches nature. It's not synthetic. People walk, dust comes in, flowers fall, leaves fall, and life. A little memory of life in the place. This has been shot in Rajkutir. It's called Rajkutir. But you see how we celebrate life always. The space, if we live it and we want to photograph without people, it is with people we should know. Everything happens semi-outdoors. The best of the memories in our life is made outdoors. 78% of your memory, best memories, is always outdoors. Sharing, people, emotions. We have to think, design with it. Emotions with it. All together. That's all. Not much. Well, this is some facts and figures about even the retail sale increases. So a guy came to me that my food court sales are up by 100%. I said, wow, that's nice. And everybody wants to sit, take the food and go into a terrace and look down to people. In the mall, people like to see people. So your sale increases, absence lesser, performance increases. This is where we need to understand what changes. We have to build with life. The last thing, men build buildings and then buildings build. What kind of man you want to become is often decided by the building, and you also are decided by the building. Get life in the building. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. So like he said, good architecture is all about imagination, and I'm sure all of you must be having fabulous imaginations. So please give a big round of applause to Vivek, sir. It is such an honor to have you with us today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, our next speaker for the day is none other than Mr. Abhishek Bhaskar. So speaking of him, I have a small tweak in the introduction. So he is a beatboxer, award-winning architect, a 3D world builder, digital and NFT artist and entrepreneur by default. One of India's leading beatboxers with over 750 plus shows and beatboxing workshops across India. First ever beatboxer to work on the project for the United Nations, where he collaborated with over 1,200 plus singers from 12 countries to promote international peace. Ex-youth brand ambassador for Adidas Original and BJBL, CEO and founder for B for Beatbox, India's first and leading startup to conduct live beatboxing tutorials, first Indian beatboxer to feature in a concept commercial for Pepsi, conducted India's biggest beatboxing workshop at VR Mall with 3,500 plus participants, along with Virat Kohli and Chris Gayle and also Ranveer Singh, founder of Dirt Lab and design-centric firm focusing on design, education, research and technology, one of India's leading NFT architect, NFT artist and creator of Meta Voice project, which is the world's first ever beatboxing generated digital art NFT series, and above all that, an absolute entertainer. So when I mentioned, you guys would have definitely heard beatboxing a couple of times, and I did mention he's going to be an absolute entertainer, and you will know why. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to invite Mr. Abhishek Bhaskar on the dais.
Thank you so much. Alright, that was a lovely intro, by the way. Okay, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, whichever part of the world you are in. My name is Abhishek Bhaskar, and the first 7 to 8 minutes I want to do something very weird with my mouth. How many of you know what is beatboxing? Put your hand up. I've been asking this question for the past 11 years. I've been doing this, and every time less than 10% of the people only raise their hand. Okay. For those of you who don't know what beatboxing is, it's basically is beatboxing. Did you guys like that? All those sounds came out of my mouth, by the way. Alright? So I've been doing this for the past 11 years. I've been doing this since I was 16 years old as a means of, initially it was a hobby turned profession. Alright? So I thought, okay, there's good money in beatboxing. Let me do that forever. Let my parents be proud of it. Okay. Anyways, so now, how many of you know this band called Black Eyed Peas? Raise your hand up. Yes. Age is showing right now. Okay. So Black Eyed Peas is a band, right? Not Indian Rajma, of course. It's a musical band. They have this song called My Hums, which goes like this. Let me wake everyone up. Alright? Can everyone put their right hand up? Please. Alright? Now put your left hand up. Yeah? So your other left hand. I'm just checking if you're awake. You have one left hand in life, one right hand. Alright? Now, 3, 2, 1, go! Clap. Oh, that is fine. That's already boring, right? We are Indians. We need that local Indian flavor, otherwise we're not happy, right? So if Mr. Rajnikant had to remix this beat, it will go something like this, alright? full energy. Okay. I want one Tamilian. Can you please come up on stage? Yeah? Come. Don't be shy. We're Tamilians, we're not shy. Alright? We're going to do something very special. I haven't met you before. Right? Gurunathan. Give my huge round of applause. Come on. Now, I'm a beatboxer and you're India's leading Tapanguthu dancer for the next 1 minute. Alright? We teach them. See, this is the concept of karma, right? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Alright? You're the teacher for all these people. Alright? Can everyone stand up right now? Let's wake everyone up. Yes. Come on. Let's all learn a new dance step in an award ceremony. Alright? Ready? Can you please give Gurunathan a countdown from 10? Alright? 10, 9,
8, 7, 6,
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
Teacher, very good. 1 second. Teacher is good. But students are not performing. They're just looking at you. Alright? Students. Alright? Come on. Dance for Tapanguthu. Alright? 3, 2, 1, go. Typical last benchers. Everyone is clapping very cleverly, not moving their legs at all. Alright? Thank you so much. Vanakkam. Lovely. Okay. Now, how many of you use smartphones? Wait, let me rephrase that question. How many of you don't use smartphones? Raise your hand up. Very good. So everyone has a smartphone, right? Can everyone take it out? Yeah, just take out your smartphone. Everyone. Yeah. And can we just turn off the lights? Yeah. Everyone take out your phone. Alright? Can you stand up for 1 minute? Let's make a special family event. Alright? We're all one big family. We're all coughing together in one room. So we're all one big family right now. Alright? Okay. Take out your phones. Turn on the flashlight. Everyone, come on. If you don't know how to turn on flashlights, I can help you out. Alright? Can we do this? Alright? On the count of 10. 10, 9, 8. Everyone take it out. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done. And we got that on video as well, so you get a very cool memory for yourself, alright? Give yourselves a pat on the back, come on. Well done. Okay, with that, everyone is awake? Yes? Thumbs up? Come on, I want to listen to your voice. You've been listening to my voice. Alright, everyone is awake? No? Who's sleeping? Last bencher. Alright? Okay, everyone knows what beatboxing is? Yes? How many of you know what beatboxing? Raise your hand up now. This is what I love. Okay, everyone knows what is beatboxing at the end of it. Okay, now it's a very controversial topic as always. I like being the devil's advocate, right? Compared to the previous talks, this is going to be something which is by the end of the next 10 minutes, you're either going to think I'm crazy and I have no idea what I'm talking about, or you'll think I'm some genius, which I'm definitely not. Okay. With that, that is the key word for today, metaverse. How many of you know what a metaverse is? Yeah? Okay. So this, what we're living in right now is called the universe, right? We know we can touch each other, we can sort of talk to each other in person. We know this is reality, right? Meta means digital, right? You know, Facebook rebranded to Meta. And verse is a universe. So a digital universe is what is being built right now as I'm speaking to you guys, right? So a completely digital, a virtual world where people can go, talk to and interact with each other is what the metaverse is all about. On first impressions, it's very, very controversial because you can't touch, there's nothing tangible, but it's completely virtual, right? So how do architects, why am I talking about this in an architectural conference? Firstly, I'm an architect as well. I'm a baby architect compared to amazing people here, right? So with the metaverse, right, there is an entire revolution that is happening in the digital space, right? When you present a building or anything to your clients, it's all in digital form. People are using augmented reality and we think that's it. But metaverse is the next big thing which is already there, it's already happening right now. When we are attending this conference, people are building entire worlds for people to come and spend time. And spending time in the metaverse is more costlier than spending it in real life. So I'll show you some slides on that as well, right? Can we go to the next? Okay, I have it. Very cool. Okay, this is what I am. In terms of NFTs, how many of you know what an NFT is? Raise your hand up. Non-fungible token, which means it's a digital asset that people can own. So when I beatboxed, right, people now own a part of that beatboxing across the globe, right? It's a digital asset, it's a digital file which people can own. So even all these different projects around me, these are different meta voice projects where you can see the human voice, right? If you close your eyes, you can only hear me beatbox. And even now, you can only see my lips move. But there's no proof of voice, right? How can you actually see the voice and the technical details of the human voice? For thousands of years, people have only been, sort of listening to the human voice and not actually seeing it. And now we're in the third evolution of the human voice. So the first one was we humans learned how to speak. The second one, we learned how to sing as humans, very cool. But the third one is vocal percussions, creating sounds of musical instruments through the human voice, right? But how do you visualize that? How do you sort of show people, rather than a research paper, how do you show them the beauty of the human voice, right? Because no matter what you try to do at that particular instant, the human voice is non-fungible. It can never be replicated again, right? If you ask me to beatbox the same thing again, there's no way I can deliver it in the same exact 100% replicated way. It will always be different. The way you talk is your signature. Every single second is a signature. It's a vocal signature, right? You can never talk the same way again. Even if I say the same sentence again, it's never going to be the same, right? So that's why I took this up as a project back in 2016 when I was interning at SDEC, Sujit Design Group, and I had this eureka moment of why not show people the beauty of the human voice rather than just people listening to it. So that was how the Meta Voice project was born. Meta meaning digital and voice meaning the human voice. So a digital expression of the human voice. And also another reason being, as we are moving, humans are becoming so lazy that even typing is not useful anymore, right? We are talking to Siri, we're talking to Google, hey Google, tell me this, rather than typing, right? So we're moving towards a more voice-based interaction with the digital self. So Siri is listening to everything. Siri is our second brain. We're developing a second brain for free and we're giving away data for free. So yeah, that's what this project is. For those of you who want to learn more about this, you can just go to that particular page. I don't want to bore you with that. So this is where architects come into the conversation, right? So as and when we are speaking, there are people who are not even architects building entire virtual worlds. So for us to exist that way in the virtual self, right? Someone has to build it out. Someone has to design the 3D space, right? Otherwise it's just barren land. It's like being in an empty AutoCAD file or an empty SketchUp file. There's nothing there for infinity, right? So someone has to fill it out. That's where architects come in and we build it out. Architects are supposed to come in. Let me rephrase that sentence. Architects are supposed to come in. I'll tell you why I mentioned suppose. So someone has to build out this entire experience for people, right? So whatever is happening in real life, this stage is a digital 3D asset. This could be. the events team could be a digital 3D asset. Every single thing that you see can be a non-fungible asset that can be deployed into the digital metaverse. Also, a small bunch of homework that I'd like to give you guys. If you can go back home and watch this movie called Ready Player One today, that will completely blow your mind away, and it will give you a more broader perspective of what the metaverse is actually about. Many people might not like the metaverse, but it's an eventuality that we are heading in. The youth or the young kids, they are spending most of their time here. So are we going to neglect that and say don't do it, or completely change the way they're going to function, or are we going to give them a good environment for them to sort of stay, right? So that is what is happening. Again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Again, many people come from the traditional spaces, but I would implore you to look at what exactly is happening and going to be happening in the next 5-10 years. Within this decade, by the end of this decade, they are all going to be existing in the metaverse. So 3 years ago when I came here, I told people we could be having this entire thing as a virtual conversation, and that's when COVID hit. So I'm sort of, I don't want to make predictions, but we're eventually moving to a digital universe or a digital way of interacting with people. I did a research on my own mental self as to what exactly happens when one spends every single night in the metaverse. So that's also a reason why I'm single, because all my nights I spent in the metaverse. I didn't do anything else. So that was my December 31st performance in the metaverse, and this green looking person is my digital avatar looking at my real avatar perform in the metaverse. So every single night I documented my journey. I explored different parts of this virtual world called Decentraland, where you can plug in, you can enter the metaverse, and you can explore empty cities. What happens to the human mind when you spend more than 3, 4, or I used to sleep at 8 o'clock in the morning. It takes a toll on your mind, which is why I don't recommend anyone try it out. I just wanted to see what exactly happens when eventually we move to the stage where you're spending most of your time in the metaverse. So it sort of makes you paranoid, because there are instances where you're the only person in an entire city. How scary is that, right? It's beautiful, but at the same time you're the only person there, right? And that becomes very, very scary when you're plugged in and you're there for more than 2 hours and you don't see any other human movement. So that's where I think, as Sir said, you need that sort of human reality to connect with people as well. And that is my digital avatar. I think I don't have the mustache yet, but this is my digital avatar in the metaverse. So when you talk to people, this is how I'm going to be talking This is my digital representation in the metaverse. So every single asset that you see can be made into an NFT, a 3D asset. The mustache, the beard, the hoodie, the lens that I'm wearing, right? Every single thing has to be designed. It just doesn't pop up out of thin air, right? So that is exactly what can happen to every single person. Every single person has a different dress here, right? Everyone is dressed differently. So things like that is where everyone is different. So if you look at humans, humans are non-fungible as well. Everyone thinks differently from each other, right? Everyone wants to like to dress differently. So that is what is happening. And the best way to look at metaverse, or for those interested in the metaverse, is to look at augmented reality, virtual reality, and then extended reality. Augmented reality you can just use using your phone. For those of you who want to step it up, you can use virtual reality, Oculus, and then extended reality, magically, where you overlay augmented reality into the digital self. It maps out a 3D space, drops objects wherever you want. So even say from an architectural perspective, your clients could have an empty site and overlay the 3D model of the finished project, and they can just plug in the headset and they can walk around the empty site and get an entire walkthrough. Okay, so this is what people are building in the metaverse. That is me. So think of it from an architectural perspective. These are the buildings that people are designing. So the first thing you'll realize is forget about laws of physics, forget about client's budget. It doesn't exist in the metaverse, right? Because you can have buildings that float. So civil engineers, I don't know what to say. So, you know, you don't have to think about where the columns are going to come, at least for now, right? Because you're essentially building a virtual world, or to put it very bluntly, a game. You're building a game, you're designing a game for people to spend their time. I'll also tell you why people choose this over reality, more and more people. So this was the Australian Open, which sort of had these interactive experiences and things like that. You have balloons for no reason, but yeah. And that was a place where you could go and party. And every single person, the person with the wings, the neon wings, that's an NFT. That is something which only that person can own and no one else, right? So all these things. So here there is one weird lotus-shaped building which is like a community center, right? What we call a recreation center, that is a community center for Decentraland. It's built right into it. That is a Kraken exchange. I primarily deal with parametric architecture most of the time. So that is something, you know, that is one of the examples where, you know, you can just run your mind and without any, you know, inhibitions in design. The first design, so to speak, which is not hindered by any sort of parameters where you limit your mind. So you let your mind run, that is what happens, that is what you end up with. And someone ended up putting a literal machine, an aeroplane engine as a building, which I don't know if it's possible in reality. And there was another metaverse festival over there as well where people could craft experiences. You know Winklevoss brothers who co-founded Facebook? I'm not sure. But yeah, so they had a building which is completely like a leaning tower. It's the Winklevoss Capital. It's their own building in the metaverse. So people are doing things like this, and this is where architects can really come in. By the way, all these buildings were not designed by architects, by the way, right? So imagine what architects can do once they enter this particular space. Another music festival, as I said, all those blocks are floating, they don't have columns. So, you know, all these things are possible only in the metaverse. In reality, if you do that, it will fall down, right? So, yeah, Polygon, I don't know if you're into cryptocurrencies and digital like blockchain technology. Polygon is one of the companies. And just look at the building types and compare it to what architecture is right now, right? So this is what we are eventually heading into, whether we as humans like it or not. People are spending more and more time in the metaverse or a digital interactive space. Zoom was the earliest version of the metaverse. We could all meet and interact with each other. Zoom is working on its own metaverse right now, where we can plug in, we can create our avatars and actually have conversation to a person right next to us, rather than us being in blocks, right? It's already happening, and our mind for the past 2 years have been sort of taken aback, as well as preparing us for the future of essentially what it's going to be like this. These are a bunch of events I attended, again just to train my mind to sort of get comfortable with the metaverse. I don't recommend anyone try this. These are all the different platforms. Right now if you see this, it's a platform called Sandbox. You know it's fake, right? You know that can't be real because everything is pixelated, right? Everything is cubed and blocked up. We are high poly humans. We are very smooth. We are very high geometry humans, right? So right now we know that this is fake. But what happens once we enter, or once our computational technology, like the computers that we have, once they can process enough graphics that we can't distinguish between reality, right? So that is the most scariest part of the metaverse. I don't know if you understood that particular sentence. Right now, we know this is reality. Once we sleep, we enter the dream phase, the dream state, right? But what happens when the dream is so real that you don't know whether you woke up from the dream or you're still dreaming? Can you guys understand that, right? So that is when your mind gets blown, because then once you unplug from the metaverse, once the metaverse is so real, you don't know whether once you unplug, whether you're in reality or someone has made an exact replica of this reality in a digital space, and you're still existing in the metaverse. So that's the most scariest part. But apart from that, it's all cool. So, there's nothing to be worried about right now because we can distinguish reality from a virtual environment. But the question then becomes, at what point do we begin to question reality itself, right? So that will happen eventually, but I think by then humans will sort of evolve into understanding. So in 1980s, the graphics which we understood, we thought that was real. We know now it's fake, right? So eventually humans, their mind would evolve into I'm a human as well. So we think the metaverse is new, but the companies have been working on this for years and years and years now. In fact, metaverse is a pre-2000 concept, which is already existing, right? So Meta, obviously, as you know, it's an experience. So the different types of markets for the metaverse, someone has to build it out. Spatial computing, Unity. So Unity and Unreal are the most popular places where you can develop these virtual worlds, and you can take that decentralized human interface, Oculus, Xbox. All these people are working on headsets right now. So how you have your phone, you can't stay away from your phone for even 5-10 minutes. That is what is going to happen with your Oculus headset eventually, right? So infrastructure, obviously AWS, and Definity, that's a company that I've worked with to develop sort of basic metaverse structures and things like that. All these other companies that you see here is something that you're using right now. YouTube. You can plug into YouTube's metaverse, watch videos wherever you want. If you want to skip it, play it at 2x, do whatever you want, that can be done in the metaverse. So all these things are already happening. Metaverse is getting outdated already. This is a map of different metaverses, how you have different countries. You can jump from one metaverse to another. For example, in the movie Ready Player One, you can jump from different planets, right? So here you can jump from different maps or different spaces or different regions in this particular space. So this one is Decentraland, this one is Sandbox, that is Crypto Voxels. So each map gives you a different type of design element. So Crypto Voxels, the one I showed you, Sandbox, which is all pixelated. That is how it looks like. That is for people who like having that pixelated character, right? And for people who want extreme reality, they can jump into Decentraland, right? And someone has to plan all these things. And this was not done by architects, by the way. Again, I'm mentioning this was not done by architects. So look at how it was planned. And again, you can go as crazy as you like with designing the metaverse because laws don't apply in the metaverse. Laws of physics, whatever laws, they don't apply. You can go as crazy as you want. So there is a notion, right, that every year of architecture takes away 10% and brings in 10% of reality. So this takes you 100% on 100%, right? It brings back that whatever you want to design, that works as long as the person. And again, there are real estate agents in the metaverse right now who can tell you which is the best plot of land that you can buy right now. It's crazy, but it's happening as we speak. And one plot of land is unaffordable right now. Even buying a small, so each dot is 16 by 16 feet. And people are buying that up, that's around $20,000, which is what, 15 lakhs or 20 lakhs. The cheapest, that'll be in one corner probably, right? So that is the cost of the metaverse. So that is why people are developing new metaverses. As architects, we can develop our own metaverse, right? So if you have an architectural company, you can generate your own metaverse. All your clients who come in can get a walkthrough of all your projects, right? So they could be sitting in Dubai or Paris and they can have a walkthrough of all your projects in person. Okay, I don't know why I put this, but okay, concerts in the metaverse. Again, someone had to design this particular experience for people, and architects did this. They designed the entire planet. That planet, when you zoom in, it's an actual carnival sort of a planet. It's just meant for carnivals, right? So, and people could experience that in virtual reality. So it feels like you're right next to this person. His name is Travis Scott. It's going to be very weird that I'm explaining about him, but still. So this was by a game called Fortnite. So they developed this entire metaverse-based experience for the players of that particular game. Whatever these people are wearing, and all these are real people, by the way. It's not people in a game or like bots in a game. These are actual, real people that have customized themselves. Like how I customize myself, they've done it for themselves as well. And every single thing they're wearing, it's an NFT. It's a buyable 3D digital asset. Someone has to design that. So people who are interested in fashion, architects who are interested in fashion, can develop wearables, like something that you wear in the digital space, like your digital avatar or things like that, right? So all these things are happening right now as we speak, and it's already done, by the way. So these are the metaverse-based jobs that people can look at, if, like, for those who are interested. And performers, musicians, that's obviously what I've been doing for the past year in the metaverse. And here especially look at builders, right? I'm a world builder, which means I develop metaverses or I design spaces in the virtual space for clients. And game designers, essentially that is what architects can come in and do. You have whenever you develop a project, ultimately, you're 3D modeling it and you're 3D designing it, right? So the same product can be an experiential space for other people across the globe as well, right? So if you have a recreation center or anything like that, people can actually walk through it. For those who don't have the ability right now to actually travel all the way, you can just send them the metaverse and they can walk through it, from wherever they are. Okay, any doubts? I just want to spend 1 minute. Any doubts anyone wants to ask about the metaverse, because I'm pretty sure there'll be doubts. Any doubts? Anyone wants to ask any question, or you understood perfectly? Alright, so that's my time. If anyone wants to keep in touch, these are my social media handles. In the blockchain space, I go by the name Appverse, Abhishek Bhaskar's Metaverse, which is my eventual goal. And yeah, that long username was for my Instagram. Anyways, so that's my time, and I hope this, take this with an open mind. This is something which is new and exciting that is happening around the world as we speak right now. And yeah, I hope that was interesting enough for you guys to learn something new for today. Right? Thank you so much. That's my time.
Last bit.
Yeah, we should end with your performance again.
Sure. Okay. So I'm a very selfish guy, right? So when I do something, I want to see a reaction as well, right? Can we do that? Can we agree on that, right? So when I beatbox, can we stand up for 30 seconds? Let's do an anthem, right? Can everyone stand up? 30 seconds? Who's this guy making us do so much of work? We're just here for the work. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. How many legs do we have as humans? Just checking. 2, right? 2. Okay. So what we're gonna do is stomp, stomp, and clap, right? To this very famous beat. Some of you are very clever. Do this and clap. No, stomp. Stomp the floor. Break it. No worries. Then repeat it. Alright? 3, 2, 1, go! Alright. Now, level 2. Alright? When you listen to a particular sound, react with a particular thing. As simple as that. You will clap. Alright? When you listen to this sound, clap. You scream as loud as possible. Scream, let it out. Be shameless in life. Be shameless like me. Alright? Come on, 3, 2, 1. Louder. Scream. Don't be shy. I'm a 27-year-old kid telling a bunch of people older than me to not be shy. Imagine that. Come on, don't be shy. 3, 2, 1. Alright, super. Can you guys jump? Is that possible? Not like this. Not like how I did. I'm fat, so I can do it. And actually jump. Like, take your legs off the air. Alright? Okay. Alright? We'll stick to 2 sounds. And alright? On the count of 3, listen. Alright? On the count of 3, let's take it to the next level. 3, 2, 1, go! Very clever, last benchers only. How long will this guy do? Come on, till you shout, I won't leave the stage. The stage is mine. Where is Dr. Anand? The stage is mine, right? 3, 2, 1, go! Beat and I saw some bellies moving already. Alright? Ladies and gentlemen, that's my time. Thank you so much. My name is Abhishek Bhaskar. And I'd like to leave you with one thought that I almost forgot. Right? We think this particular thing is a simulation. How many of you believe in the simulation? Right? There is a theory that if what we are living in is eventually proved to be simulation, it's called proof of simulation, then what we are living in right now, it's called the metaverse. Think about it, alright? So imagine what happens then. We're all being controlled by someone. Thank you so much.
You left everybody thinking, didn't you? Yeah, so Abhishek, you are a real rock star. So can we have a big round of applause for him? Never fails to, leave the room absolutely entertained. I could see Vivek sir is the one who asked for the last bit and he's like, this guy could have just beatboxed, but he's just making everybody do an activity. But are you all charged up now? Yeah, so in between the session, wasn't that more like an icebreaker, stress buster? I need to hear a louder yes. How was it? Yes. All of you charged up? Yes. Can I have some more energy? Are we ready for the next speaker? Yes. Alright, absolutely. So on that note, well, thank you so much, Abhishek. You brought in so much energy into the room. So let's have the next speaker. It's my honor to be welcoming on stage Dr. Vibhuti Sachdev, who is the Dean at SSAA Sushant University. She qualified as an architect in 1989 from SPA Delhi, completed her PhD in 1996 from the University of London, and has worked as a conversion consultant, writer and designer. She has taught at the University of Sussex and written 4 books and several articles on the subjects of Jaipur, traditional knowledge systems, Indian cities and Indian modernities. She has worked and written extensively on the city of Jaipur, focusing on its planning, architecture and craft traditions. Since publishing these books, Dr. Sachdev has been a consultant on restoration of Jal Mahal in Jaipur, was the design curator for the artwork of its pavilions and co-curator of the exhibition Painted Pleasures. Her latest book is on the festivals at the Jaipur court. At Sushant University, she has introduced new programs, various reforms and innovations in teaching and learning systems at the undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral levels. Several outreach programs that forge new relationships with urban authorities and community are bearing fruit and continue to strengthen the brand of the schools and the university. She is currently working on the devising an integrated approach to learning and developing a research ecosystem for the school. So ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together to welcome on stage Dr. Vibhuti Sachdev.
I'm fine with this. Hide behind the lectern as long as people can see me. Thank you so much, Nitya, for the introduction, and Abhishek for entertaining and actually waking us up, which will be useful to me, I think. So Abhishek, when you said the architecture of the metaverse is not by architects, it was clearly visible that it wasn't, and so there is a lot of scope for architects to get into that space, and I think this whole futuristic model that you created will be, I'm sure, generationally challenged at some point. And why I'm saying that is because in a way connects up with my story. I'm not going to show any slides because I think after having seen such wonderful slides, I will excuse myself from it. And also I think my role would be to join a few dots that the wonderful speakers before me have talked about a little bit through my own journey, and in the second half I will illustrate my talk. I think firstly let me also thank the organizers of this wonderful ceremony. I think the whole organization is doing fantastic work. They have huge responsibility to show the way forward to young architects and students in what they endorse. So this responsibility, I'm sure they will bear on their shoulders very wisely. When I was in my 4th year of architecture in '88, very confident about my education and the way it was going. I was in SPA. My grandfather, my Nana, we used to spend our summer holidays in my Nana's home, which had a mango tree, and I was mostly on top of it, eating mangoes, which of course coincides with the summer holidays. Some of us have had that idyllic childhood. And he would always tease me about my education and in a way challenge me of what I knew and actually what I didn't know through what I knew. And he would, give us 2 rupees if we could chant a mantra, or, and then we would spend it on imli challi or something silly that would make us sick. But so he one day told me, so what are you studying? And I said, I'm going to be an architect. I want to be, building buildings and houses and stuff. And let me tell you a bit about my Nana. We are not Brahmins, so he studied Sanskrit. He qualified as an acharya, but he always wanted to study in Banaras Hindu University, and he couldn't get admission because he's not a Brahmin. So what he did was he spoke to his teacher, and he sat outside the boundary wall of the school to learn. And he did so well in his exams that he got the degree. So I think I've got a bit of that defiance in me through him. But, and my mother was a Sanskrit teacher, so imagine the burden, and then imagine the defiance in me. I'm not going to get into all of this, So he asked me one summer, so do you know where, okay, you can build houses, do you know where one places the kitchen? I said, what a silly question. I mean, you place it next to the dining hall, and what? So he said, no, do you know where the Agni Kon is? I said, what the hell is that? I mean, I had no idea. I'm 4th year of art. He said, don't they even teach you anything about Vastu Vidya? I said, what is that? And I was really puzzled, and that's why I was saying to Abhishek how, generations will challenge the next generation. And I thought, where is this coming from? I've never opened a Vastu Shastra text. I didn't know what Vastu Vidya meant. I didn't even understand what he was talking about. Yes, we used to do yagyas and havans, and some koans did feature in the ritual, but I had no idea what this is about. So he said, oh, so sad, but you're not going to ever be a complete architect if you don't know all of this. So it was puzzling. So I went back, and my approach to challenges is I take the bull by the horn and I kind of say, okay, I'll deal with you, don't worry. And, set about cracking it. And 4th year was my dissertation time, and so I said, I want to do my dissertation on Vastu Vidya. So SPS, said, what is that? Of course, like me, they said, oh, this is all to do with religion. This has got nothing to do with architecture. I said, okay, if you don't understand me, let me go to Sanskrit Mahavidyalaya, which is also in Delhi. I'll do it from there. And they said, it's all about architecture. It's not about Sanskrit. So in a way, I was kind of a misfit because I wouldn't fit into either architecture schools or Sanskrit schools. And anyway, I had a very generous mentor who mentored me, and that was the beginning of my journey, which in a way challenged me to see our traditional systems, our knowledge systems through modernist eyes, and always sort of thinking how we can contemporize it, because we are one of the ancient civilizations in this world, and we have a huge resource available to us, and we must try and use it, for our own good. And so I leave you with I made some 5 quick points I want to leave you with. We're kind of joining dots from the previous speakers and what's going on around us at the moment. We've come to a point where we must dissolve boundaries. I don't think it's just boundaries as in a wall or a sight line. It's boundaries of between people, between sexuality boundaries, between identity boundaries, generational boundaries. All these things have to dissolve. If you don't address these boundaries and dissolve them, then it creates conflict. And see what these boundaries are, whether it's edges where, we talked about edges and stuff, letting the fish go under the deck, and, those boundaries must be addressed. It's very important to address boundaries. And never take a hard stand on a boundary. I've learned this in my life, in a hard way. So to speak, never have a hard stand on a boundary. That's what, Buddhists say this, that all pain is resistance. And if you kind of, be malleable to the forces that create these boundaries and puncture them. And I think in terms of design, we must address these boundaries of inside and outside. And there are several architects in this country, world over, have worked on how to get the outside inside. Jeffrey Bauer does it beautifully. And there are many architects who would kind of dissolve the inside and outside. And I will show some sense if there is time later, in traditional Indian architecture, you'll get Badal Mahal. It's an inside space, but it's covered with clouds. And imagine in a hot and arid climate of Jaipur in Rajasthan, if you sit in a room which is full of rain and clouds, and your mind gets transported. And also, in our bedrooms, we must address the ceiling, because that's what we're looking at. And I often felt that in hospitals, we must have something to, transport our mind from, and in Indian interiors always have this painted ceiling because of that, because, mind is what you need to address mostly. And you have idea of Badal Mahal, you have, breezy rooms. So how to transport the outside, or actually how to merge the outside with the inside. I think also we need to be focused on inclusivity. Analyze spaces that take pride in keeping people out. That's not good. We have to be inclusive. And I'm always saddened by the fact that the children of my helper cannot play in the park inside my colony, because that's meant only for the residents. And there is a kind of elitism attached to these boundaries, we have to puncture them, we have to include all of us are human beings. All of us are human beings. Please, we have to kind of remind ourselves sometimes. Examine spaces that keep people out. It's very important. Multi-use. Like we are treating plastic, that single-use plastic should be banned. Multi-use spaces should be banned. It's a huge waste of resource. If you keep the whole building locked up, unused at night, 12 hours a day, it's a waste of resource. So, kids of Abhishek's generation are very used to nocturnal being. They're nocturnal generation. They can use the buildings. There are people who work during the day can use the buildings. And so it should be possible to use a building 24 hours a day. And think of night cities. Paris is already doing that. In Europe, this has become quite an obvious thing to do, that, the city is awake during the day, and at night also it's awake. And what is stopping us from using the city is night? And one of the answers is usually because of security. And why are we scared of other human beings? What kind of culture are we living in where we need to be scared of another person? We're scared of another person because we're always nudging them out. So nudging people out, it encourages mistrust. And so I think we have to build spaces where there is, my mother used to say, the problem with the city is there's no apnatva. There's no, ownership of the city. And we have to build trust and ownership are two fundamental, I think, emotions or feelings that architecture can help encouraging people. The second point I want to make about is education. And, in our education, also we have to have porosity. And architects are great about that because, we are spatial thinkers. Spatial thinking, it will surprise you that it doesn't come easily to people. We are trained in spatial thinking. We can imagine a three-dimensional space. This is not natural behavior. We are trained to do that. And not many people, professionals, can do that. And this is way ahead of design thinking, which the management discipline is hijacked from the designers, but spatial thinking is what will get us into the metaverse, isn't it? And so, make porosity into education. It must interact with other disciplines, and we do it naturally because architects are generalists. We are polymaths. We make it our business to interfere in every discipline. So we make great party people because we can talk about anything under the sun, but also we can empathize where multiple perspectives, multiple lenses, and we don't have to choose one or the other. But we have to be aware of these multiple lenses that must be considered in every design decision. Also, there is always this conversation about the relationship of education and practice. Though that boundary must also collapse. It has already collapsed because 18-year-olds are good to go as far as practice is concerned, are good to go in terms of their information level, in terms of their skills. So, and I think never stop learning, never stop educating yourself. Okay, I've got very few minutes. So I'm going to rapidly speed up. So never stop educating yourself, never stop working. Because these are not sealed boundaries. You don't say, अब तो पढ़ाई कर लिया, अब काम करेंगे. ऐसा नहीं होता. आप काम कर रहे हो तो पढ़ाई भी कर रहे हो, पढ़ रहे हो तो काम भी कर रहे हो. अब ये तो boundaries artificial है. You have to break them. You have to also bring in activism into your education. I tell my students, go out there in the world, interact with the community, live with them, learn from their solutions. My fourth point, and I'm going to rapidly do this, especially meant for the young designers and architects who are in this gathering, is focus on the India advantage. You have huge advantage over the world because you're practicing here. You are dealing with the socially and contextually most diverse situations. Most of the West is homogenized in terms of, dealing with societies, in terms of problems, solutions, everything, standardized. It's good, we're fortunate that, we haven't done that, and you must kind of nurture these differences. And no, it's not that I don't believe in equity and equality, but it is the differences we need to safeguard and nurture and celebrate and not say, let this go equal kar do. That's the safest option. Equal kyun karna? Let it be different, let it flower differently. We have geographical diversity. We have, our cultural production is very diverse. We are living in one of the most ancient civilizations of the world. That must mean something. Imagine the layers of history, philosophy, thought, ideas you have in your bag. Open it, use it. Nobody is criticized. Just open your resources, and you have a huge human resource. I mean, millions, people. And also, most importantly, bring the handmade back into architecture. It is very important, haath ka bana khana, it's in our values. And we've often heard this from our parents, grandparents, that, the emotion of the person who's cooking the food food goes into the food, right? So a mother will never cook hatefully for the children. So just Swiggy se khana aata hai, God knows kis emotion se aa raha hai, but that's okay. But you know, you also cook. You also cook for your children. You also cook, you know, for your family, and that will bring nourishment. And you know, likewise, please encourage handmade. If you've got a 5-star hotel project and you have to make 500 brass handles, employ craftsmen. Because we'll lose out. Quickly the skills will die out. They'll open little, you know, computer shops and get into metaverse, and we'll end the skills. Don't do that. Please encourage. And you know, usually what happens is the excuse that is given is that it takes a lot of time. Well, manage it. Make time. Time is not some random thing that you grab. You make it. So if you think getting 500 door handles by a, you know, Thatira from Jaipur is going to take 6 months, give him advance notice. You know, and each handle will be, can you imagine, dealt with hand and crafted with hand. That is luxury. That is, you know, high-end luxury. And please involve that highly skilled craftsmanship in all of your projects. That's my appeal. And my last point is, you know, it's very fashionable the world over to go into slow culture, to go into slow food, to get rid of speed. Speed is, you know, the price we are paying all around us is because of high speed, and I don't know where we're going. You know, so it is very scary. Let's all slow down and think about slow architecture. You know, building projects don't finish. The work of the building starts when the architect leaves. So, you know, that is when the building starts. वो तो शुरू ही नहीं होती है. Architects बोलते हैं कि हमने तो काम खत्म कर दिया. अभी तो शुरू होगा when people start using it, and your spaces will get transformed, and they'll disobey, and they'll walk across the lawns, and they'll destroy your vision. That's when you know, the fruit of your labor comes through. So buildings don't have to finish. There is nothing called a finished building. You know, and please make room for 10 years mein kya hoga, 20 years mein kya hoga, 50 years mein kya hoga. You know, like our, you know, ancient builders have made. You know, they didn't think कि बस एक generation के लिए बना रहे. They, you know, they have enough room for transformations, growth. You have to have a long-term vision, not just for your own life. And you know, I will end with, you must have heard much use Gandhiji's saying that, you know, speed is immaterial if we are on the wrong road. So there's no point running so fast if we don't know where we're going. And I think we need to kind of slow down, get everybody together, carry our past with us. Then we are of value. So with those words, I'll leave the stage. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. Can we please have a big round of applause? It is a great honor to have you with us today, ma'am. Well, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we are having the last speaker for the day. And I would also like to keep all of you informed that right after the next speaker, we'll be proceeding with the award ceremony, so please stay tuned. And it's my honor to be calling up our next speaker for the day. Mr. Ash Parekh has over 30 years of experience in architecture, construction, and the program management industry both in Asia and the West. He has worked primarily in the eastern corridor of USA, namely along Washington, D.C., tri-state area for over 16 years of prestigious portfolio of projects. His professional experience is diverse: architecture, interior design, project management, and construction administration. He has been responsible for the design of several leading educational, institutional, industrial, medical, and corporate projects. His Western as well as Asian experience allows him to apply skills while keeping in mind the inherent local conditions and limitations, thus providing his client an ethos that reflects both these worlds. Mr. Parekh also has had invaluable exposure in the areas of master planning, land use analysis, real estate development, technical due diligence, and project feasibility studies. His talent is in providing clients with cost-effective, economical, maintenance-free, space-flexible solutions which allow them to have seamlessly expand as the institution grows and functional needs change. Due to his international exposure and special interest or focus in educational campuses, he has always kept abreast with innovation in campus planning, teaching, methodologies, and student interactive culture. This international experience and global outlook towards his practice has also led him to guiding clients in using and procuring cost-effective and quality construction materials. He has conducted several lecture series on project management, design, and master planning issues organized by national architectural institutions. He also acts as a visiting professor at leading educational institutes in Pune. To name a few affiliations and professional associations, he is the member of the American Institute of Architects, registered architect in Maryland, USA, member of the Indian Institution of Architects, member of the Council of Architecture, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause to invite Mr. Ash Parekh onto the dais, please.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. I think we've had an incredible 3 speakers, 4 speakers before me, which it's mind-blowing that we've ranged everything from what Trupti was talking about, nature and soil, to Vivek, to a very accomplished Vibhuti who talks about education and academics. And I'm a little bit flustered because I don't know where to start. But I think it's a great platform, and I'm so glad because I'm actually going to talk about education beyond architecture, or maybe is it architecture beyond education? So I don't know where we stand, but let me start with a few incidents which have happened. Dr. Anand Naik actually called me about a month ago and he said, you know what, Ash, we'd like you to be part of this this talk. And I said, okay, well, what's the topic? And he said, well, we want you to talk about education and architecture. I said, okay. And I said, what about it? And he said, well, we want you to stress on the importance of why young architects should constantly be upgrading themselves in order to sort of keep pace. And I thought that was a very ironic statement that a 60-year-old is supposed to lecture a bunch of 35-year-olds. Okay, so I thought that was very ironic and very funny. But in any case, I'll give you an example of what happened soon after that. I was in Dubai last week, in fact, and obviously I visited the Dubai Expo. I looked at some of the really marvelous pavilions, and I think it was an education, not only in terms of just the architectural elements and how they have done the entire expo, but what was even greater was the fact that the master planning of it, just the people movement, in terms of how people were organized, how they were put through, where you sort of maneuver from one pavilion to another, was just a phenomenal experience. So I went there with my wife and my daughter. My daughter happens to live there, and after spending a day at the expo, in the evening when we were going to leave, my daughter Natasha comes up to me and says, "Dad, very excited. Okay, really very excited." And she says, "You know, we have to stay." And you know, by that time, after walking for 8 hours, I was one tired little guy. And she said, "No, we have to wait." And I said, "Why?" She's saying, guess who's here? And I said, "Who is that?" And she says, "Marshmallow." And I was like, huh? who's Marshmallow? What's Marshmallow? And she said, no, but we've got to watch Marshmallow. I said, all right, fine. So we do Marshmallow. So luckily, according to her, it was a fabulous experience, and we went to watch Marshmallow. And very honestly, I don't know whether that's my kind of music, but in any case, we had a wonderful time and we went back home. Just so happened, the next day, I was scheduled to give a talk to a bunch of final year architecture students in Dubai, in a Dubai college. And I went there and I started talking about all these fundamental architectural design ideas and contextual planning, and I swear they were just completely glazed over, and I had to stop. I stopped. Mid-lecture, I stopped and I said, guess who I saw yesterday? I saw Marshmallow. And there was an instant connection. There was an instant connection because of the fact that when I was experienced Marshmallow, obviously I picked up consciously or unconsciously his music, and I was able to actually talk to my students about having watched Marshmallow the previous night, and therefore that is what created sort of the connection between my students and myself, and they were no longer glazed over and they actually were able to connect with me. The reason I'm bringing this up is because of the fact that I think it is important, as whether it's a 60-year-old or whether it's a bunch of 35-year-olds, that it's important to be connected and to continue, like Vibhuti said, continue learning through the process of education, through architecture. So like I said, whether it is architecture, whether we are talking about iconic structures, we are now talking about parametric architecture, we have experimental design, we have futuristic design trends, adaptive reuse projects which are being made very, very popular. Smart cities, digital twins. After listening to Abhishek, is it Abhishek? I'm sorry. Abhishek talk about technology. One of the things that I think is going to be the future of design, so to speak, is the use of digital twinning technology in architecture. And in fact, I got a phone call from a friend of mine in Saudi Arabia just yesterday, where he is doing a really large, he's involved in doing a very large hospitality project of almost 1.35 million square meters in Al Medina, Saudi Arabia, where they're using digital twinning as a technology for design, and in terms of being able to actually see what is going to be built even before it is actually, while through the design process. Okay, and I thought that was extremely exciting in terms of where our profession was going. So, what can we expect moving forward? I think I'm going to talk a little bit about the Trishul effect, if I can call it that, a three-pronged approach to what is happening. I think that we have to look at future professional trends, whether we're talking about global trends or whether we are talking about what I'm calling global trends or within India itself. We need to talk about the knowledge bank, which we as professionals in the fraternity need to come to terms with and understand what it means for all of us going forward, and then expand our carbon footprint. It's actually professional footprint moving forward, and I think that's a reality, frankly, for all of us. Very honestly, I think that the Americas will continue to sort of suffer or go through the cyclical economic trends which the US typically every 5 or 7 years goes through. In terms of Europe, I think after COVID and what has happened during the pandemic, we're likely to have sort of selective stagnation, if I can call it that, or progress, maybe under some pressure. Architecture will need to and will definitely become more collaborative moving forward. And this we are experiencing even now, very honestly. For example, a client approached us a couple of years ago to do a educational project in UP. And very honestly, my biggest concern was, my God, how on earth am I going to handle a project in UP from where I practice in Pune? And what ended up happening, long and short of the story, is that we actually had to create a local partnership with a local UP architect. And we did the design work, the drawing work in Pune, and then the local architect sort of managed the day-to-day management, the project management, the day-to-day affairs of actually running the nuts and bolts of the project in UP. And we went every so often to UP, obviously, to make sure that the project was being implemented according to the design concept and all of that. But this is what I mean by becoming more collaborative. The divide between public and private spaces will ultimately end up melting away, and I'll give an example of that. I'll show you some slides. Use of natural and emerging materials, if I can call it that, that's going to be a big part. And obviously, a lot of people, Trupti has spoken about it, Prim has spoken about it, so I don't want to say anything more than that. But I'm going to show you some examples of that. The urban explosion, what I'm talking about is we are going to have by 2050 a tremendous shift from a very rural population to a very urban population, unfortunately, I feel. Because a lot of the population which is in the rural area are finding employment in the urban areas. And that's going to be like a complete migration. And then using artificial intelligence as a design tool. I mean, these are some of the things that we find I have sort of put together as some of the professional trends that we see moving forward. Some examples, the hairy house in Sao Paulo made by palm fiber facades. We're looking at shipping containers being repurposed as offices in Israel. We are seeing a lot of this. We're actually seeing ply scrapers being used, meaning laminated timber being used even for high rises. And then of course the Mercedes-Benz Center, which has got green roofs in high rises coming up. We've seen this happening in India also, very informal office spaces and collaborative environments. Some of the best example I can give you of a public space being made into a private space is in Baltimore, where the land essentially was on the waterfront and really didn't create any revenue for the city. It wasn't an exciting place for anyone to go, and they actually created what I'm calling a PPP, or a private-public partnership, where they actually created this entire harbor place, which is probably one of the most vibrant places in Baltimore right now, and creates a tremendous amount of revenue for the city and places for people to go. On the bottom left-hand corner, you have adaptive reuse projects. So, for example, there was an old factory building which was converted on the bottom left-hand corner, and on the bottom right-hand corner, you see a really beautiful aquarium being built there right on the harbor. So a really wonderful, wonderful project. In India, we are seeing a lot of this happening, especially in Bombay, where the spaces underneath the highways or the roads, the overpasses are being converted into little private spaces. Talking about the urban population earlier, where you can see in Asia, for example, in 1950 we were looking at a 17% population in in the urban, and look at this now, it's 51%. By 2050, we're looking at somewhere around 73 or 74%. So it's a huge jump from where we're going to be. As far as the India story moving forward, what we see happening is as the Indian economy matures, we are actually going to see, which is actually good, we're going to see a lot of the supply-demand cycle balancing out, which is great. You cannot have everything going up, right? There's got to be some dips. And that's a good sign for India, because you are then now going to start experiencing recessions, which is good, because it's good for the economy to actually sometimes contract. And then you can't have everything going up all the time, which is not a good thing. Economically, it's not a very good thing. So I think that the supply and demand cycle will become more dominant for all of us. Which is sad that although we contribute anywhere between 12 to 16% of GDP in terms of the construction industry, that we're still a very disorganized sector. And that, I think that has to change, and that has to be driven, frankly, by all of us. It cannot be, it has to be self-driven. We have got to be demanding more from builders or from our clients, from the labor that we use on sites to our project management, just about everything. Everything from sustainability to selection of materials and how we select the materials. Don't have to say anything more. We have a severe shortage of skilled labor, and as a result of that, I think that we are going to see a greater use of what I'm calling precast technology or pre-engineered technology. Even in terms of going back a step in terms of the materials that we use, it's sad to see that although our industry is so large, that we don't have, even to this date, we don't have a centralized data bank of materials that we can actually draw upon in terms of being able to access the material. All of us experience all these vendors coming to our office and say, "Hamara time use karo." But there is, we have this new material, glazing, whatever. But we don't have a central data bank of this material which all of us as designers can actually access and say, okay, I want to look at tiles. This is where I go for tiles. I want to look at glazing. This is where I go for glazing. Something like the US. For example, the US has something called the Sweets Catalog, where everybody goes into the Sweets Catalog and pulls out whatever they need in terms of material information. We talked about mobility and collaborative approach. I don't want to say anything more about that. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities will harness most of the future sustainable growth in India. Places like Nasik, Indore, Nagpur, Belgaum, those are the places where we see India moving forward will drive growth for all of us. What concerns me more is the affordability in terms of housing. We keep saying that we're trying to bring prices down, RERA is being introduced, blah, 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 blah. But the reality of the situation is that really, have real estate prices come down? Not really. Maybe during the pandemic we saw a little bit of a 5 or 7 or 10% dip. But that's not what is going to drive India's growth in the future, next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. We've got to find a way for housing and construction in general to become more affordable by using new technologies so that we can bring the price down and, like Vibhuti was saying, make it more inclusive. That is the only way moving forward that all of us are going to be employed. Okay? At the rate that we're going, if we are going to continue using unskilled labor, labor-intensive work, remember, time is money. I mean, I don't understand why a residential project, of 6, 8, 10 stories has to take 2 or 2.5 years for it to get complete. That's crazy. I mean, time is money, and that is where the costs are going up. So, education, profession, where are we on this? So really, coming from a 60-year-old to a bunch of 35-year-olds, I'm going to talk a little bit about, and apologies to Vibhuti for this, is whether, and I don't want to belabor this point, is whether education, architectural education is equipping the new generation in terms of professional practice. And I've seen this over the last 10 years that I've been, 15 years I've been in India now, or a little bit more than that, that I've seen teaching in colleges. I'm not sure, Vibhuti, whether the current academic environment really prepares the students once they're done with their final year program, whether they are really into the professional marketplace. In terms of, I think the knowledge bank, in terms of, and I don't mean technology, but I just mean the level of technical education which should be part of the curricula, and maybe this has more to do with the curricula rather than the quality of the teachers. Okay, I think the quality of the teachers is there, but I think it's the education curricula which has maybe created this disconnect. So I'm going to talk about the incredible 8, if I can call it that. And I'm going to harp on this a little bit more. So for all of us, from a 60-year-old to a 35-year-old, I think it's important for all of you guys to continue your education even after you finish your education. Okay, so whether it is attending workshops, seminars, blah, 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 etc. One of the things, please don't throw eggs at me when I make this next statement here. Unfortunately in India, when you graduate, you finish your architecture, you go to COA and say, "Humko license chahiye," right? You get your license. What after that? I could be practicing for 25 years, and I could pay for my life membership or something, right? And that's it. So nobody is really monitoring me as a person whether I am keeping in touch with what is happening in the marketplace. That's left up to me. And I don't understand that. Because in the US, very clearly, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that the US is the greatest place. But what I am suggesting is, what the US has done is once you get your license, first of all, you can't give your license, you can't get your license unless you've had X amount of years practicing under an architect, number one. Number two, what they require is that it's not just practicing architecture and doing toilet working drawings for three years. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you've had experience in specifications, working drawings, design, etc., etc. All of the components which make up our architectural practice. Okay. You then have to give a 9-part architectural exam and get through that in order to be called an architect. Before that, you even legally can't even call yourself an architect. Okay. But more importantly, moving forward, everything, it's every year or every 2 years, you actually have to, whether you are 25 or 55, you have to you have to attend these classes every year in order to keep your license active. And I am at I'm fundamentally confused as to why our country doesn't have that sort of requirement. Because that would force all of us as a fraternity to make sure that we are keeping pace with reality of what's going on in the world, right? And that's very critical. The other thing, embracing technology, I think Abhishek says it best. I mean, he's done, he said it really great, metaverse, all of these things, very, very real. Metaverse is really real, okay? And remote working is going to be more and more sort of part of our daily lives. But more importantly, I think embracing technology will also give us a better chance of expanding our geographic presence, like I was talking about UP, for example. So, for example, we've done projects in all the way from Manali to Chennai. And that's not because we're great, but it's just because that we have been able to either you tie up locally with people to take the project further, or that use technology to your advantage to make sure that you're able to do these projects. In terms of software, social media, for example, I mean, this is a real loophole in the situation here. We as architects are not allowed to advertise, correct?
Yes.
What do you think social media is doing? Aren't we all using social media? Of getting the word out in terms of, oh, we're doing this project and that project, and look at the images we're creating. What is that? That is a loophole in our legal system right now. We're not allowed to advertise in a newspaper or on TV or whatever, but what are we doing in social media? And nobody talks about it. We're conveniently forgetting about it. Okay? So, I mean, and that's reality for all of us. Social media, advertising is a reality of what is happening with all of us. Reading, something which all of us should be doing day in, day out. That's the only way to keep pace with what is happening. And design goggles. What do I mean by design goggles? I'm actually talking about going back after we finished a project and doing some soul searching in terms of what has actually happened on that project, what are the mistakes that we made on the project, what are the good things which came out of it. And that probably helps us create better projects in the future. But learning from our mistakes. I mean, for example, I'll tell you, this is a real life mistake. I'll be the first one to accept it. One of the first projects I did in India was a industrial / corporate center for a very well-known brand in India. And soon after that, we finished the project. It was very well publicized, written about, blah, blah, blah. And a year down the road, a competitor of that company approached us to do a very, very similar project for them. And I went there for that meeting, and I was supposed to make a pitch for that meeting, at that meeting. And every time the CEO of the company and the board of directors that I was presenting to talked about the requirements of the project, you know, I kept interrupting them, and I said, oh yeah, seat manufacturing, oh yeah, I know all about it, man. No, not a problem. And they kept trying to explain to me the production cycle of what they wanted, and I kept interrupting them, trying to showcase my knowledge about their industry. I lost that project. And I went back for a debriefing with my team, and I said, you know, why do you think we lost that project? And he said, so you came on very cocky. You know, you came on like, oh, I know everything, you know, what is there to know about? And that was one of the big mistakes that I made with, you know, losing a project which actually I should have gotten because I already knew about what that project required, but it just meant keeping less of that and more of that. Exploiting our core strengths. All of you, this question is addressed to all of you. How many of you think you are really good designers? Come on, hands up. How many of you are good designers? Come on, don't be shy. We're 200 people here. How many of you are good designers? Good. Significant number of hands up. Great. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because architecture consists of several components, right? It could be design, it could be technical knowledge, it could be working drawings, it could be BOQs, it could be site management, it could be all kinds of things. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because very few architects want to admit to themselves that we're not good designers, or that we're okay designers. All of us want to be great designers, but the reality is, it's not required, is it? That's not a prerequisite. There are so many components in architecture that we can be good at. And I think what we need to realize as a fraternity is that just because one is not a good designer doesn't mean that I cannot be a good architect. Whether I'm a manager, whether I'm a marketing guy, whether I'm a selling guy, whether I'm a site management guy, whatever it is, whatever you're good at. And I think that it's important that you recognize your core strength and exploit that to the maximum. We talked about this upgrading skill sets, and I don't necessarily mean doing just better working drawings. I am talking about we have a very severe deficit in our fraternity of architects having the skill sets in finance, networking, time management, marketing, communication. These are things which are required it has to be part of our DNA, so to speak. And we tend to focus as a group just on design and technical issues. What about finance? What about money? We're not in this for charity, right? We are obviously looking at also making a living. So I think that upgrading our skill sets constantly needs to be part of our DNA. What do I mean by being a chameleon? We need to start, and this is a very important part of, I think, our future. And I'm saying that as a future realistically. I think that as architects, if we are looking at practicing architecture in a very traditional sense, all of us here, believe me, guaranteed, are going to be obsolete dinosaurs in the next 10 years. We have to be multidisciplinary in terms of being able to understand real estate, finance, urban planning. A lot of peripheral, what I'm calling, talents which are required are going to be needed for all of us moving forward. And let me give you a very true life example of this happening with me even right now, after 35 years of practice. We have a client in Pune who we are doing a sort of a mixed-use commercial development for him. And every time he comes to the office, besides obviously the talk about design, space plan, where's the staircase and where's the toilet, and the usual stuff, right? We talk about during projects. One of the things that I have done is I keep talking to him about money and how he can make more of it. And how he can make more of it, let me finish, ethically, legally, responsibly, by doing good planning, by marketing the project to the right target audience. Okay. And I keep talking to him about that. And guess what he's done after a year and a half? And I'm not patting myself on the back here. What I am saying is that when I was in the US, I did real estate development for 5 years. And I used that background of mine to talk about real estate finance to him. And what he's actually done is he's come back to us now to say, hey, Ash, you're doing architecture for us, that's great. But you know what, we'd also like your help in terms of marketing the project. Okay. Now, to me, it was great because it was one more revenue stream that we could create for ourselves. So it's not just architecture anymore. We're going to try and help him on marketing the project, strategy in terms of project, how to attract a better client base for him or a better tenant base for him if he's going to lease out the project. So I think it goes a lot more than just architecture. Governance and community participation, RERA, the new UDCR, IGBC, LEADS, all of this. I mean, we need to basically have a really good handle on understanding what is going to be needed from all of us moving forward. I know it sounds really so basic, but in reality it's very tough. I think that it's important. The slide should have said, seek a mentor, but also be a mentor. Okay, and I think that's an extremely important part of growing as a person, growing our fraternity, helping other people in the fraternity moving forward. So, very honestly, I have several mentors. I have a mentor who I can reach out for things that I don't know technically, someone who's a lot better than me, I feel, who I can talk to. I have somebody who can help me on financial matters. I have even someone who asks me who I can go to on contractual matters. When a client approaches me and says, in fact, this has happened last week, when a client came to me and he said, he already had an architect. He already has an architect. And somehow he felt that in his company, he didn't have in-house expertise on the project, right? I mean, whatever his architect was telling him is what he was listening to, whether it was right or wrong. And I'm not suggesting for a minute that the architect was wrong, but what I'm saying is something else, is that he's actually brought me on as a technical financial advisor on the project in spite of the fact he's got an architect on top. And my job is not to critique the architect's aesthetic vision or anything like that, but just to help the client in terms of fundamentally overseeing the project to make sure that the project is actually going in the right direction. So I think that's very cool, and I think that's a way that we have to keep expanding our professional footprint. So, like I said, there was a gentleman. Unfortunately, I lost him a few years ago. Bert Merchant. I mean, he actually taught me how to negotiate. How to posture on negotiating, especially when you're sitting at a negotiating table. To talk about that, I have a great mentor who taught me presentation techniques. So I think it's important to have a mentor, but it's also important to be a mentor to the younger generation. And it's gratifying to help young architects on the challenges that we all face. So basically, life sort of comes full circle, right? So change is constant, it's required, it's infinite, and it's undeniable. Thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, I'll be more than happy to. Thank you.
They've been taking notes. I've taken a lot of notes. Very useful presentation.
Your pace was
incredible.
Your pace was palatable.
And you're incredible.
According to you, I'm sure each one of you out there.
Well, thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause for the gentleman? Thank you so much, sir. It's a great honor to have you with us today. Well, moving on, we have a very special message from somebody very special for us. So introducing who couldn't be here, but is connecting with us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Mr. Gopalan Nair Shankar, popularly known as G. Shankar, who is an architect from Kerala, India. He advocates the use of local available materials, sustainability, eco-friendliness and cost effectiveness. He founded the Habitat Technology Group Thiruvananthapuram in 1987 and as of 2012 serves on a number of boards. So ladies and gentlemen, let's connect with him virtually and please give him a big round of applause. We'll put him at first to at least connect with us. Well, also letting you all know that Mr. Shankar was awarded the Padma Shri by the Government of India in 2011.
Thank you. I'm sure each one of you out there are beginning to enjoy the glitters of the morning. I'm very sorry that I'm not able to attend this function due to a medical emergency. I cancelled my ticket, all the necessary formalities that I did with that last moment. I'm very sorry for that, and I'm sure I'm going to miss this function. Today's function is going to be laced with meaningful interactions, seminars, and finally the award function is going to happen for a long time. These awards that are being given to people across the country are going to be given for works, pioneering works that you are doing in your own domain in terms of innovative and creative solutions. Your works are being recognized, and it's a national honor which really inspires you to go forward. During pandemic times, we have realized that the domain is going through pandemic paradigm changes. The countries, the nation at large, facing new challenges in terms of creative solutions, and I'm sure you'll be pleased to deliver beautiful, beautiful solutions for those kind of new demands, emerging demands, and the needs. And these awards should inspire you to go forward on that. These awards were handpicked by a jury, where I was also involved. We have given consideration only to merit and creativity, and the whole domain strength is going to be your age. You are all young, relatively young, and these kind of little recognition should inspire you to create a better world for all of us. Thank you organizers actually for giving such a beautiful national platform to people in the industry, creative professionals who are coming together to meet them and to share thoughts, and I'm sure these awards should continue every year. Thank you, Dr. Anand Gopal Naik, for initiating such a wonderful, wonderful endeavor, and next time I'll be there. All the best to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, we're very much looking forward to have you, physically present with us next time. Well, so ladies and gentlemen, we're done with the session, and I think we've come to the most awaited session. What is it? What is everybody waiting for? Abhishek, I think you should come take over. I think the energy has dropped down again. So what are we waiting for? The awards? Awards, yes? Yes, no? Yes. So are we all set to receive the awards? Yes. And our speakers, are you all set to be giving the awards? Alright, so can I hear a big round of applause to everybody, to all the wonderful speakers in the panel, to all of you who've been so patiently listening to everything, noting down. So here we are. We're going to be starting off with the awards. So to do the honors, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Vibhuti Sachdev. Ma'am, please kindly come and join me on the dais. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Ash Parekh. So please come and join me on the dais. Well, I believe everybody is all set, so calling out the first award winner for the day, P&S Associates, for Most Innovative and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from the state Gujarat under the category Premium Residential Projects and Hospitality Projects. Can I kindly have P&S Associates on stage? Palna Shah and Sachisha. With a big round of applause, let us invite our first award winner under the category Premium Residential Projects and Hospitality Projects. Sorry. An audience energies high. Okay, please applaud every award winner who is coming up on stage, please. Category awards 40 under 40 will be awarded after this set of awards. Congratulations P&S Associates. On stage we have Palna Shah and Sachisha. One of it home. Alright, moving on. The next award winner, I would like to invite Manoj Singhal and Associates, Top and Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, West Bengal, under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big round of applause and invite Manoj Singhal and Kaushal Singhal on stage, please.
1 second, sir. Excuse me, madam. Thank you.
Congratulations, Manoj Singhal and Associates. Moving on, we have Fuad Designs, Ekta Agarwal for Most Innovative and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022. From Tamil Nadu, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be inviting Fuad Designs, Ekta Agarwal. Architects Mr. Abdul Nasir for leading and most innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022 from the state Kerala under the project residential projects and religious projects, commercial projects. So can we have Prakriti Architects? Can we invite Mr. Abdul Nasir with a big round of applause from Prakriti Architects, please? Well, moving on, we have Naman Shah from Farah Blue Architects for most innovative and futuristic architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 from the state Gujarat under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to invite our next award winner, Mr. Naman Shah. When he's not here. Moving on, the next award winner for the top and most trusted builders of the year 2022 from Kerala, Residential Projects, Innovation and Research, Excellence, Customer Satisfaction. On stage, let us invite Skyline Foundations and Structures Private Limited to kindly come out to the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together to invite our award winners, Skyline Foundations and Structures Private Limited. Structures Private Limited.
One second, sir.
Well, the next category, Top and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat Premium Residential Projects. Let us invite the award winner on stage, Studio Lagoon. Can we please put our hands together to invite the award winners on stage, please? I really appreciate the applause and the energy you guys have. I know we haven't had lunch yet, but I really appreciate all of your energy. So please keep it going. Let's all support each other. Give a big round of applause to every award winner who comes on stage, please. Up next, Outstanding and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to be inviting on stage Kriya Architects, Interior Designers Private Limited, please. Well, audience, I will be mentioning 3 award winners a little in prior so that you guys are ready here. Okay, I will be calling 3 of them, so please be ready to be coming up and collecting your awards, please. So post this, we will be having on stage Urban Shastra Smart Build Private Limited, Studio Aces, or Cube Architects. Well, so the next award winner on stage we have Urban Shastra Smart Build Private Limited. I invite on stage architect Varsha Prabhu for Outstanding and Trusted Architecture, Engineering and Interior Designing Firm of the Year 2022 from Telangana under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Well, moving on, we have Studio Aces architect Mr. Rakesh Kakur for Most Futuristic and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Kerala under the category Premium Residential Projects. Congratulations, Studio Aces. I hope Ocube Architects are ready. Well, the next award winner, I would like to call up Mr. Mohit from Ocube Architects for the Most Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Rajasthan under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mohit. We are mentioning the next award winners, Regal Way Architects, Firm and Function, Dhruv Lal and Associates, kindly be ready. On that note, the next award winner on stage, I would like to invite architect Sandeep Suresh from Regal Way Architects and Interior Designers under the category Outstanding Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra Premium Residential Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to invite on stage architect Sandeep Suresh. From Firm and Function under the category Most Futuristic and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra Commercial Interior. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for architect Sudhir Singh from Firm and Function. I would like to call up Dhruv Sarveshwar Lal and Associates to kindly come out to the dais. Most Futuristic and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, North India Hospitality Projects, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for Dhruv Sarveshwar Lal and Miss Sheetal Sharma. Vibhuti ma'am, thank you so much. I'm just giving you a short break. Actually, I'm having you back here because your energy is so high. Can we have a big round of applause for this gentleman, please? So you know I'm going to lose a lot of energy if I let you go. Yeah? No? Please. Well, on that note, can we please give a big round of applause to invite Trupti Doshi on the dais, please. How did your smile just fade away so quick? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Dr. Trupti Doshi. Alright, so ma'am, are we high on energy? Are we high on energy? Yes? Alright, so moving on, I would like to call up Vasanta Architects and Interior Designers, Most Promising and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Telangana and Karnataka, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to invite Aishwarya Suresh and Suresh Kumar. I request the next award winners to kindly be ready. Sergeant Architects, Ms. Tav Art Design Solutions, SS Design Studio, Thurster Architects and Interiors. I request all of you to please be ready. Well, on stage receiving awards, we have Vasanta Architects and Interior Designers. Can we please have a big round of applause for them? Moving on, let me call on stage Architect Sarjan Varanasi from Sarjan Architects for Most Innovative and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Odisha, under the category Premium Residential Projects, Institutional Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. They're not here. Alright, moving on, we have Miss Tatam Art Design Solutions. I request Mr. Pushpender Sharma to kindly come on to the dais to collect the Most Innovative Architecture Design Firm of the Year. Unfortunately, they're not here too. Moving on, we have SS Design Studio. Are you here? Well, please give a big round of applause for Sanjana Samel and Sachin Ambedkar, the Most Trusted and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, SS Design Studio. Well, I request the next set of award winners to kindly be ready. Twasta Architects and Interiors, Antarish Design Studio, Designy Architects, Living Geometry, Good Sprout Architects, and Buddhi Architects. Kindly be ready. Congratulations. Moving on, we have Twasta Architects and Interiors. I request Architect Kandarv Shah and Natisha Vyas to kindly come onto the dais to collect your reward for the Most Emerging Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Can we please have a big round of applause for Twasta Architects and Interiors? Moving on, let me call upon stage Antarish Design Studio for Upcoming and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Umesh and Hiram. Up next, let me call upon Designy Architects, Mr. Dinesh A. Lohan. Lohar for the most promising and emerging architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 Maharashtra under the category residential projects and commercial projects. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud and clear for Mr. Ganesh A. Lohar. Award winner Living Geometry for most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year for residential projects and commercial projects. Can we hear it loud for Mr. Balaji PT, please? Well, up next may I call upon from Good Sprout Architects for the most trusted and prominent architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu under the category residential projects and commercial projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for AT Niveda. Architects, Mr. Architect Muthu Kumaran for most promising and emerging architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Tamil Nadu, residential projects and commercial projects. Please give a big round of applause for Architect Muthu Kumaran. Thank you so much. Arsa ma'am, do I give you a small break? Yeah? Alright, so can you be seated? I will call you guys back again. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. And to do the honors further, Vibhuti ma'am, Vivek sir, can I please have you on the dais? So ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Vivek and Shruti ma'am to kindly come on to the dais. And I will be mentioning the next award winners. Can I please have on stage Ira Creative Design Studio for leading and promising architecture, landscape and interior design. Design firm of the year 2022 Telangana. Can I please have you on the dais, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Moving on, I request the rest of the award winners to be ready. Infinity Designs, Green Fern Studio, Vario Us, Cookie Associates, Epic Design Studio, Lata Architects, and Math Studio. Award winners, please come forward and be ready to collect your awards. Moving on, can we have Infinity Designs to kindly come onto the dais for the most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 Tamil Nadu, religious projects, residential projects and commercial projects. Moving on, may I call upon Green Fern Studio for most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Kerala Hospitality Projects and Residential Projects to kindly come on to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your energies high. Please give a big round of applause for Ms. Anuja and Mr. Oni Krishnan Oni. The next award winner, Vario Us, I invite Mr. Varun Mehta for most futuristic architecture Architecture and Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra, Innovative Projects and Creative Design to kindly come on to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting you, please keep your energies high and give a big round of applause to all the award winners. Up next, I would call up Cookie Associates, architect Tanmay Prajapati to kindly come on to the dais to collect the award for the most top and most innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, Gujarat Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Moving on, may I call up Epic Design Studio, Jainil Shukla for Outstanding Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Jainil Shukla. Moving on, may I please call up our next award winner, Lata Architects, for Outstanding and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 from Tamil Nadu, Residential Project and Commercial Project. On stage we have Mr. Harihara and Ranjit Raj. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause going. Moving on, may I please call upon stage the next award winner, Max Studio, Mr. Muthai Rajapandi for Most Promising and Outstanding Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu, Hospitality Project, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects to kindly come on to the dais. Congratulations, Max Studio. I request the next set of award winners to kindly come forward. Tropical Architecture Bureau. I request TAB Tropical Architecture Bureau to kindly come on to the dais for the most futuristic and promising architecture and interior design of the year, Kerala, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Mr. Uwe Sibu. On that note, I would request Think Design Consultants LLP to kindly come on forward to collect your awards. AS Architects, Studio Madras Architects, UA Design Studio Limited, Engineers Studio Private Limited, White Shadow Design Studio to kindly come and assemble forward. Moving on, and let me invite on stage Think Design Consultants LLP. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Niveda Sarathi and Priyadarshini P for Outstanding and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu, under the category Premium Residential Projects. Well, I will slightly be speeding up because I want all of you to maintain the energy. Yes? So can I have AS Architects Ankit Naresh Shah for Promising and Trusted Architectural Design, Construction and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra, under Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations. Can we have a big round of applause? Keep the applause going. On that note, let us invite our next award winners onto the dais. Studio Madras Architects, Mr. Ajay CS and Venkatesh RK, Principal Architects. Boss, just I was speeding up. You can slow down, click a picture and go back. Alright, so on that note, Studio Madras Architects kindly come on to the dais. Mrs. Ajay CS and Venkatesh RK, Principal Architects, for the category Prominent and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu, Institutional Projects and Commercial Projects. Moving on, can I have on stage UA Design Studio Private Limited for Top and Futuristic Architecture, Engineering and Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu, under the category Premium Apartments and Commercial Projects. Moving on stage, can I have Ingenious Studio Private Limited, Mr. Rupesh Sharma, for Top and Most Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, India's Spiritual Architecture Projects and Landscape Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your applause going as they are all award winners. They're a little lower energy, but let's appreciate every award winner that comes on the stage. Moving on, we have White Shadow Design Studio for the category Leading and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Karnataka, Premium Residential Projects to kindly come onto the dais. Well, on that note, let me read out the next set of people who can please come forward and wait. Sandness Consortium, Arvind Bhavari Design Studio, Studio SB, Roish Architecture Plus Design. Well, next on stage, can I have Sandness Consortium, Architect Jai Krishna, Balasubramaniam to kindly come on to the dais for top 25 most emerging and trendsetter architect and interior designer India 2022. Up next, Arvind Bhavari Design Studio. I request Mr. Arvind Bhavari to kindly come on to the dais to collect the award for Leading and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Assam Residential Projects, Hospitality Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Well, moving on, can I have on stage Studio SB, Saumitra, to kindly come onto the dais to be collecting the Promising and Outstanding Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects, Studio SB. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. I request the next set of award winners to be ready. Roish Architecture, G4 Architects, Ajit Sunny Architects, Longitude Constructions to please be ready. Next award winner, Roish Architecture Plus Design. I invite on stage Architect Aishwarya Krish for the top 25 most emerging and trend-setting architect and interior designer, India 2022. Up next, can I have on stage G4 Architects, Mr. Gopikumar PP, Leading and Innovative Architecture, Master Planning and Design Firm of the Year 2022, Kerala Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects and Group Housing. Congratulations. G4 Architects, Mr. Gopikumar. Can we hear it loud for Mr. Gopikumar PP, please? Moving on, may I call upon stage Ajit Sunny Architects, Architect Ajit K. Sunny for Outstanding and Innovative Architecture, Landscape and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Kerala Institutional Projects, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects to kindly come onto the dais, please. May I request both of you to take a 5-minute break and come back to me again? Both of you can please be seated. And may I request both of you, Asha, are we ready? Ma'am, are we ready? Yeah, let's keep the energies high. Please give them a big round of applause. Moving on, can we have Longitude Constructions on the dais, please? With a big round of applause, let us invite Anup Prabhakar, Leading and Trusted Architectural Design and Construction Firm of the Year 2022, Karnataka, Residential Projects and Quality Service. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for the gorgeous lady, please? I request the next set of award winners to kindly come forward. Art Design Studio, Arunya Architects, RM Architects, Shapsu Tiles Private Limited, AVG Architecture and Interiors, Aquinoil Design Commune. Alright, so let's have the next award winner, Art Design Studio. May we please put our hands together to invite Vivekananda Karti to kindly come onto the dais to collect the award for Most Promising and Outstanding Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 Andhra Pradesh Residential Projects. Moving on, can I have on stage Arunya Architects, Architect Rakshit Shah for Top 25 Most Emerging and Trend-Setting Architect and Interior Designer India 2022. Audience, please put your hands together to appreciate every award winner coming onto the dais, please. Moving on, can I have on stage RM Architects, Mr. R. Maheshwaran for Leading and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu Institutional Projects. To kindly come onto the dais, please. And audience, please keep your applause going. Up next, we have Sharp Zoo Tiles Private Limited, leading customized handmade tiles manufacturing and export firm of the year 2022, India, quality products and outstanding service. Up next, can I have AVG Architecture and Interiors? I would like to call up Ms. Archana Van Gils for Most Prominent and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, North India Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Can we please have a big round of applause for the gorgeous lady? Moving on, can I have on stage Aquinoil Design Commune? Let me invite Mr. Aquinoil for Most Emerging Architecture and Design Consultancy Firm of the Year 2021-2022 India to kindly come onto the dais. I request the next set of award winners to be ready. Cantilever Architects, Space Make Designers Private Limited, Aditya Sitaria Architects, 3F Architects and Interior Designers, 6th Grade Architects, Inklet Studio to kindly step forward. Well, can I have on stage Cantilever Architects, Mr. Puneet J for Most Promising and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022 Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please keep the applause going? I understand I'm starting to be a little annoying now. If I were you, I wouldn't clap, I would have gotten tired, but you guys are all fabulous audience. Big round of applause to all of you and keep the energies up high. On that note, can we have the next award winner, Space Make Designers Private Limited, inviting on stage Mr. Pramod Shinde and Mrs. Ranji Shinde to kindly come onto the dais to be collecting the Most Prominent and Leading Architecture, Landscape and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it loud for Space Make Designers Private Limited. Moving on, can I have on stage Aditya Sutaria Architects, ASA. Mr. Aditya Sutaria, kindly come on to the dais to be collecting the top 25 most emerging and trend-setting architect and interior designer India 2022. Nobody but you all know the struggle of being a successful architect or running a successful company. Every little achievement is big, so please make sure you are appreciating every fellow being that is being a winner today. So big round of applause to all the award winners. On that note, may I have the next award winner on stage, 3F Architects and Interior Designers. I would like to invite Mr. Nageshwara Rao M for Promising and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Telangana, Residential Project and Commercial Projects to kindly come on to the dais, please. Moving on.
Architecture and Design Startup of the Year 2022. Well, next may I call upon stage Inklet Studio, Hiran Shah for the most promising and outstanding architecture and interior designer, Gujarat Premium Residential Projects. On that note, may I request the next set of award winners to kindly come and assemble forward. Sharon Architects, 8 Layer Aztec, Space Edge Architects, Siri Constructions and Interior Designs, Nestin Architects, may I call upon stage Sharon Architects. Can I have on stage D. Sharon Hannah for upcoming and emerging architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022 Tamil Nadu. Up next, can I have 8 Layer Aztec architect Mayur Kantilal to kindly come onto the dais to be collecting the top 25 most emerging and trend-setting architect and interior designer India 2022. Audience, this is the last few awards. Please keep your energies high. I want to see all your hands up in the air, giving a big round of applause for all your fellowmates. I see a lot of energy from the table of ladies there. Keep it going. Thank you so much, guys. All right, moving on, can we have Space Edge Architects? May I call up Mr. Irfan S. for most promising and emerging architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022. Up next on stage, can I please call up Siri Construction and Interior Design, Mr. Prasad S. for the most promising and outstanding construction and interior design firm of the year 2022 Karnataka. Next up, can I have Nestin Architects, Architect Preetham and Architect Dhruvi Patel to kindly come onto the dais to collect your award for most emerging interior design and architectural firm of the year 2022 Gujarat Residential Project. I'm going to have you back here. Yeah? Vibhuti ma'am, can you please come and join me on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, for this person I'm calling up next, I want you to give a big round of applause with all the energy you have, because he's got everybody on toes, full of energy, in the hall. You know whom I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to invite Abhishek Bhaskar onto the dais, please. This is not the energy that I'm expecting for Abhishek. Can I see everybody's hands up in the air? Please give a big round of applause for Abhishek Bhaskar. Energy super high, as the next award winner we've been calling on stage is none other than Salient. I would like to call up Mr. Vivek Rathore and Miss Anuradha Rathore to kindly come onto the dais to be collecting their award for top and futuristic architecture, landscape and design firm of the year 2022 India, hospitality projects, institutional, residential projects and commercial projects. Ladies and gentlemen, for our speaker, please put your hands together with lots and lots of energy. anybody claps or not, every award winner, sir has given his best energy. So I wanted to see everybody's hands up in the air and please give a big round of applause to him. Thank you. Well, moving on again, do not drop your energies as I'm calling on stage Aroma Architecture. It's my honor to be calling on stage Ms. Trupti Doshi to kindly come on to the dais, a lady who's so bubbly with so much energy. So please put your hands up in the air and give a big round of applause for the top and innovative architecture and design firm of the year 2022, India Sustainable Projects, Residential Projects and Institutional Projects. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'll be announcing the category for 40 under 40. Well, these are the awardees for 40 under 40, and the first award winner I would like to call up is Palna Shah and Sachi Shah from BNS Associates. With a big round of applause, can we call them on stage, please? May I have on stage Ira Creative Design Studio. Can I please invite Ravi Kant Bajaj and Priyanka Gajawara? I request all the award winners who come on stage to kindly stay back on the stage for a
Excuse me,
moment.
madam. Just 1 second, madam. Excuse me.
It's going to be a group. Yes, please. I request all the award winners who collect the award to please stay back.
Excuse me.
Ravi Kant Bajaj.
Wait.
I call up Henry Raj Kapoor from Infinity Designs. May I call up architect Tanmay Prajapati from Cookie Associates. Mr. Hardik Shah from Studio Lago. Mr. Varun Mehta from Vario.us. Mr. Varun Mehta from Vario.us. Architect Sajan Varanasi from Sajan Architect. Mr. Uwais Subbu from TAP Tropical Architecture Bureau. Mr. Gopakumar PP, G4 Architects. Now I request the award winners to please strike a nice striking pose for the photographer. And audience, can we have a big round of applause for all the award winners?
Ready? Just once again, keep smile. Thank you.
Well, the next set of awards for 40 under 40, I would like to call up 18 Niveda from Good Sprout Architects. Kindly come on to the dais. The next award winner, architect Siddharth Ramesh and architect Anupama Siddharth from White Shadow Design Studios. Kindly come on to the dais. And audience, please keep the applause going as this is the award for 40 under 40. Moving on, we have Arvind Bhavari from Arvind Bhavari Design Studio. Architect Sandeep Suresh from Regal Way Architects and Interior Designers.
from Ajit Sunny Architects. Mr. Mohit Choria from Oak Cube Architects. Alright, so can you all say cheese and give a nice pose to the camera, please? You guys should look more happy. Audience, can we have a big round of applause for all of them? Let's keep the energies a little higher.
Thank you.
Alright, so the next set for 40 under 40, I would like to call out Sanjana, Samil and Sachin Ambedkar from SS Design Studio to kindly come out to the dais, please. And audience, please keep your applause going. You guys are such wonderful audience. Trust me. Big round of applause to each one of you for being super supportive. I know the session has been pretty long and you guys have been absolutely stunning audience until now. Alright, so moving on, can we have Aishwarya Suresh and Suresh Kumar from Vasanta Architects and Interior Designers to kindly come out to the dais, please. Architect Rakesh Kapoor from Studio A6. Doesn't feel very nice to walk to receive an award in silence, guys. Please keep the applause going. I want the same energy as that table of gorgeous ladies. I want everybody to be maintaining the same energy, yes? Alright, so can we have Dhruv Sarveshwar Lal and Mashika Sharma from Dhruv Sarveshwar Lal and Associates on the dais, please. Can I have R. Maheshwaran from RM Architects on the dais, please? Priyanka Rajguru from Studio Priyanka Rajguru. And Henry Raj Kapoor from Infinity Designs. So these are the awards for 40 under 40 category. So ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for all the winners in the category 40 under 40. Right, so you guys are the last set for the 40 under 40 category. So give a nice bright smile. Well, audience, the next set of awards is for a special category. Well, like I mentioned, next is a special category award. And the first award winner I would like to call up Shri K. Lava from Skyline Foundations and Structures Private Limited to kindly come out to the dais, please. Niveda Sarathi and Priyadarshini P. from Think Design Consultants, LLP. Mr. Abdul Nasir from Prakriti Architects. Mr. Abdul Nasir from Prakriti Architects. Ekta Agarwal from Koi Designs. Ekta Agarwal from Koi Designs. I request all the award winners to please stay back on the stage. Did any award winner walk down? No, right? Everybody from the special category is on stage?
Manoj Singhal and Associates, please. Ms. Trupti Doshi. Ms. Trupti Doshi from Aroma Architecture. Ms. Archana Wangels from AVG Architecture and Interiors. Savitra Bhatkalkar from Studio SB. Mr. Rufesh Sharma, Ingenious Studio Private Limited. Can I have Ekta Agarwal from 48 Designs on stage, please? Ekta Agarwal from 48 Designs. Mr. Abdul Nasir from Prakriti Architects. If you're around, please come down. Can we please have a big round of applause for all the award winners? Alright, thank you so much and congratulations. Thank you so much. Sorry ma'am, thank you so much for your patience. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of the award ceremony. You guys are all fabulous audience, fantabulous audience. So firstly, can we have a big round of applause for all the award winners who've come here and collected the awards. Okay, you guys are all fantabulous audience. I would like to ask all of you to give a big round of applause to the team who's been super supportive with all of us. They've done a great job. This wouldn't be possible without them. Can we have a big round of applause for our photography team who's been capturing every special moment for us? And of course, a big round of applause to Beginup for bringing in something so useful. So can we have a big round of applause for Team Beginup? For Dr. Anand Gopal Nayak and Sonia, you guys have done a fantabulous job. So ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for all of them? And can we have a big round of applause for our speakers, without whom this wouldn't be possible. So please a big round of applause for making it super informative. Thank you so much. And it was a great honor to be a part of today the celebration with all of you. I request all of you to please collect your food from the outside. And also we have few photographs that we have collected for all of you. You can get it printed, keep it as a memory at home. Once again, you guys are all fantabulous audience. A big round of applause to each one of you for all your patience, because your patience was our success. Thank you so much. So until we meet the next time, this is MC Nidya signing off. Thank you.
Should we leave the bags?
You can leave the bags. If there's gold, you can leave it.
If a child becomes a millionaire, but little mind continue. Virtually. We don't have my number.
Yes.
what dialogue I speak or
Well, moving on with the virtual award winners, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to be inviting our first award winner in the virtual category, Studio 926, Mr. Shailesh Patel and Ronak Patel, for Most Prominent and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Let's give a big round of applause to our next award winner, Mud Bricks. I would like to invite architect Surya Prashant for Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Kerala, Residential Projects, Conversation Projects and Commercial Projects. Alright, our next award winner in the virtual category, we have Mud Bricks architect Surya Prashant for Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Kerala, Residential Projects and Conversation Projects, Commercial Projects. Can we give a big round of applause for Mud Bricks, please? Our next award winner, we have Hierarchy, Sridevi Sriram for the Most Trusted and Leading Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Can we have a big round of applause for Sridevi Sriram from Hierarchy for Most Trusted and Leading Architecture and Interior Design Firm. Moving on, we have Interactive Design Studio, Mr. Puneet Kumar for Most Trusted and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, North India, under the category Hospitality Projects, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Mr. Puneet Kumar. Moving on, we have And Black Design Studio, Jwalant Mahadevwala and Kanika Mahadevwala for Most Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations. Moving on, we have Forum Advaita, Mr. Aman Sohal for Most Innovative Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Punjab, under the category Institutional Projects, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Aman Sohal. Moving on, the next award winner, can we have Salaut Architects and Designers in the category Outstanding and Trusted Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Our next award winner in the category is Shaheen Mistry Architects. Mr. Shaheen Mistry for the top 25 most prominent trend-setting architect and interior designer of the year 2022. Congratulations, Mr. Shaheen Mistry. Our next award winner, Recreo for the most prominent and innovative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, North India, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Recreo. Moving on, can we have Studio Toggle, Hend Almatrock and Gijo Paul George for most futuristic and innovative architecture, urban design and interior design firm of the year 2022, India, residential projects and commercial projects. Congratulations, Studio Toggle. Moving on, we have the design studio, architect Umesh Sharma, for the most futuristic and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Punjab under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Can we please keep the applause going and give a big round of applause to all the award winners, please. The next award winner, Alkesh Patel and Associates. May we have Alkesh Patel and Manat Patel for the most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Gujarat under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations team Alkesh Patel and Associates. Moving on, we have Design Ritmo, Mr. Deepesh Kheni, for most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Gujarat Residential Project. Congratulations, Deepesh. Moving on, we have UG Designs, Upasana Jain for the most innovative and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra, Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Can we have a big round of applause for Upasana Jain? Kama Design Studio. Up next, we have architect Kashish Mahajan for the most promising and upcoming architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, North India, Premium Residential Projects. Congratulations, Kama Design Studio. Up next, we have Vinayak Consultants, Mr. Hitesh Soni, for most promising and creative architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, Rajasthan, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Hitesh Soni. Moving on, we have Inspire Architects, Nihar Thakkar and Nupur Juneja. Congratulations, Inspire Architects, for the most promising and emerging architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Gujarat Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Up next, we have Urbanscape, for leading and most innovative architecture design firm of the year 2022, North India, Residential Projects and Institutional Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations team Urbanscape. Moving on, we have Studio Datum, for the most promising and emerging architecture and design firm of the year 2022, Gujarat, for residential projects and commercial projects. Congratulations team Studio Datum. Up next, we have Cobblestone Designs. May I call up Alia Mansoor. Congratulations, Alia Mansoor, for winning the most promising and creative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Karnataka, under the category Residential Project and Commercial Projects. Let's keep the applause going. Let's keep the energies high as we have our next award winner, Reflective Practices. Let us call up Ashish Sethi and Brushali Sethi for leading and innovative architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Madhya Pradesh, under the category Residential Projects, Hospitality Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Reflective Practices. Moving on, we have Studio Synergy Architecture and Interiors. Let us have architect Umesh Chaudhary for most emerging and promising architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Residential Projects. Congratulations, architect Umesh Chaudhary. Our next award winner, we have Space 9 Design Studio, architect Rahul Vyas, for the most promising and trusted architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, Gujarat Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Rahul Vyas. Moving on to our next award, we have Crafted Spaces. Let's have Mithali Aharam for Most Innovative and Creative Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, South India Retail Projects, Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Mithali. Moving on, we have Art10 Design Consultants. Sandeep Singh for Most Innovative and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, North India under the category Institutional Projects, Group Housing Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Mr. Sandeep Singh. Up next, we have School of Art and Architecture, Sushant University. For the category Top and Most Trusted Architecture School of the Year 2022, North India, Quality Education, Innovative Teaching Approach, Excellence Domain Exposure and Leading Infrastructure. Congratulations, School of Art and Architecture, Sushant University. Moving on to our next award, Studio Design Palette, Architect Divya Agarwal for Outstanding and Trendsetter Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, North India, Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Studio Design Palette. Up next, we have Smart Luxury Living, Mr. Rizwan Ridavi and Mubesher Akhtar for Leading and Most Trusted Architecture, Construction and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Uttar Pradesh under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Moving on, we have Manav Architecture and Interior Design, Mr. Sachin Sanal and Pooja Sachin for Most Emerging and Promising Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Kerala under the category Residential Projects. Congratulations, team. Moving on, we have Space 5 Architects, Architect Simran Boparai and Architect Harkaran Boparai for Top and Trendsetter Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Punjab under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Space 5 Architects. Let's keep the energies high, let's keep the applause going as we have our next award winner, Studio Intellect. Let's call up Architect Gautam Burke and Siddhi Burke for the Most Promising and Outstanding Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects, Hospitality Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Studio Intellect. Moving on, we have Chanakya Architect, Architect R. Chanakya, Most Promising and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Team Chanakya Architects. Moving on, we have Shaunak Singh and Associates. Mr. Shaunak Singh for Most Promising and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Rajasthan, Premium Residential Projects. Congratulations, Shaunak Singh. Moving on, we have Anuradha Jayant Tikas and Associates. Let's have Mr. Jayant and Miss Anuradha Tikas for Leading and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Team Anuradha Jayant Tikas and Associates. Moving on, we have Savvy Architects and Interior Designers, Architect Ashish Balakrishna Seth for Leading and Futuristic Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra Sustainable Projects, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations, Savvy Architects and Interior Designers. Let's keep our energies high. Please give a big round of applause to all the award winners. As the next award winner we have on stage is Reasoning Instincts Architecture Studio. Let us have Mr. Ujjwal Parekh and Bhairavi Dhoot for 40 under 40 Best in Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer of the Year 2022. Moving on, we have SNS Design Studio, Architect Shilin Patwa and Shweta Trivedi for top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer India 2022. Congratulations SNS Design Studio. Up next we have Studio Matt. Studio Matt, Harsh Soneji and Pratap Bhagat. Congratulations on the most futuristic and promising architecture, landscape and interior design firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category Hospitality Projects and Residential Projects. Congratulations Studio Matt. Moving on, we have Studio AT Design, Mr. Amit A. Rane, leading and trusted architecture and interior designer firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category Residential Project and Commercial Project. Congratulations Studio AT Design and Amit A. Rane on the award. Moving on, can we have Studio Black Canvas, Mr. Jaydeep Rathore and Khyati Kishore for top 25 Most Emerging and Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer India 2022. Congratulations Studio Black Canvas, and audience, let us keep our energies high. Please appreciate every award winner. Give a big round of applause to all of them as it's a big achievement here today. Up next we have Studio Symbiosis, Mr. Amit Kumar Agarwal for Most Innovative and Futuristic Adventure, Master Planning and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, North India, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Moving on, we have Archon Design Consultants, Architect Abhishek Datta and Architect Shushweta Datta for Most Futuristic and Innovative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, West Bengal, under the category Institutional Project, Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations Archon Design Consultants. Moving on, we have Inventar Architects for Prominent and Trusted Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Tamil Nadu Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations team. Moving on, we have We the Architects, Mr. Varun Rana for the Most Prominent and Trusted Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Audience, please keep the applause high, keep the energies high. Please give a big round of applause to every award winner. Well, moving on, we have 5 Feet 4 Design Studio, Architect Benny Sam Matthew and Venus D. Mello for Trendsetter and Outstanding Branding Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra Premium Residential Projects. Congratulations 5 Feet 4 Design Studio. Up next we have Mulev Associates, Mr. Rajesh Panchal for Outstanding and Trusted Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Gujarat, under the category Premium Bangla or Residential Projects. Congratulations Mulev Association. Up next we have Green Square Design Studio, Architect Bhavik Mehta and Jaimani Mahida, 40 under 40 Best Trendsetter Architect and Interior Designer India 2022. Congratulations Team Green Squares Design and Studio. Audience, let us give a big round of applause and kindly keep your energies high. Our next award winner is Shiraz Jamali Architects. Let's have Architects Shiraz Jamali and Mamen Paul Outstanding and Promising Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Congratulations award winners. Up next on stage we have Ishwar Kehi Architects. Architect Ishwar Kehi, leading and futuristic architecture and design firm of the year 2022, India Hospitality, Townships and Commercial Projects. Congratulations Architect Ishwar Kehi. Studio True Dimension Architecture Firm. Congratulations, you guys are winning an award for Most Promising and Creative Architecture and Interior Design Firm of the Year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category Premium Residential Projects. Can we congratulate Architect Shivani Maleshwar and Architect Prateek Sarve. Moving on, we have Sumit Bhagre Architects, iCarly Design Studio. Can we have Architect Sumit Bhagre and Architect Vaidehi Bhagre for the most futuristic and promising landscape architecture and interior design firm of the year 2022, Maharashtra, under the category of Premium Residential Projects and Commercial Projects. Please give a big round of applause to all the award winners. Can we hear it loud and clear? Moving on, we have Divinam Structure by Umang Sethi, and the award for the most trusted and innovative tensile structures and tensile architecture firm of the year 2022, India, creative design and quality service. Congratulations Umang Sethi. Last but not least, our last awardee for the category Arid Associates, K. Ramakrishna Prasad for Most Promising and Creative Architecture and Interior Designer Firm of the Year 2022, Telangana, under the category Commercial Projects and Conventional Hall. Congratulations Mr. K. Ramakrishna Prasad. Thank you so much. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the virtual awards as well. You guys were all the fantabulous audience. Let's all give a big, big round of applause for all the virtual award winners as well. Thank you so much for your support. It was a great time. Until we see next time, this is MC Nitya signing off. Thank you.